Okay, and as per usual, here we are, immediately after the crescendo. Uh, Unintended but fortunate. So, I'm streaming a little bit later than I have done these past couple of days, because I wasn't really sure if I wanted to stream, to be honest. Got a tiny bit of a headache, but I'll be alright. And I still want to play a little Guild Wars 2. I want to get that annual achievement done. Sorry, I'm fiddling with cables here, trying to make it so that the cables are all like behind my mic, but not in the way, sort of thing. Figuring it out. Yeah, I think I've got it. So yeah, um, I've labeled the stream appropriately, I believe. Let me check what I labeled it. What have I called this? Yeah, daily Soto Act 2 and festivities. So we're gonna put a little bit of a pause on our usual schedule, which is immediately going for our tier 4 fractals and the daily strikes, so on and so forth. We're going to take a little bit of a step back from that. Instead, we're going to make some progress today because I keep on telling myself, man, I really need to play the Soto story so I can, be up to speed when the next content patch drops. But I've just not really done so. Right? I keep saying I should, but I'm not actually doing it, which obviously not ideal. So I think that's what we'll do. All right, we moved her away from dry top and into the aerodrome, but we'll log in on this character. That's what we'll do. We'll do today. We'll try and knock that out of the way. So we'll try and make sure that we've played the Soto story up until Act 2, because I've only finished Act 1. As you can see here, Secrets of the Obscure Act 2, I don't even have Act 2 Mastery. I don't even think I have Act 1 Mastery. Yeah, oh, I do. I do. There were two that I was missing, but I did the other two. So yeah, I like to get Secrets of the Obscure Act 2 Mastery out of the way. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 4 different chapters to play through, so quite a bit of content to play through. But I figure it's kind of now or never, because my friends have already played through Act 2 and 3, so I can't really expect any support in the story or anyone to play with. So I gotta play through that myself like a big boy, and I will go ahead and we'll still do our tier 4 simply because they're too good a source of gold not to do, right? But I think I definitely want to get that story act out of the way, because if we look on the Wizard's Vault, we've only got 18 days. 18 days left towards the refresh of the Astral Acclaim sort of panel, for lack of a better word, and until they drop a bit more content. And because I'd like to stay, even though I've not really fallen in love in Act 1, the expansion, I've only played a third of what dropped at launch. So, not even been to Amnitus yet. I've only been to the first ever map. Map completed that yesterday. Give you an idea of how far behind on content I am. But, I'd like to work my way through the Soto content from launch before the next content patch hits. Although I probably won't be streaming during that month. Next month in November, I'm going to be away, so I most likely will not be streaming at all. Da, 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 da. But upon my return in December, for a little bit, right before we head off into Christmas holidays, I will go ahead and stream a tiny bit, I think. Oh. Let's see. So as per usual, we'll log in on this character, we'll grab our Eternal Ice Shards, because these will slowly build up, and then we'll be able to go ahead and turn them into trophy shipments or whatever shipment I would like, to be honest. Usually I go for trophy shipment though, because I like to make legendaries, and so it's a very nice way of just accumulating materials I can then turn into the correct trophies that I need. Yeah, I had a really fun time yesterday, to be honest. I answered. There was a very new player who appeared, but they had a bunch of questions about things I never really thought of. I've not really thought about in a while, right? Like, oh, how do the weapon attributes work? How do the weapon rarities work? What kind of weapon should I be getting before I reach max level? And it was interesting to sort of take a step back and go, okay, well, if we think about Guild Wars 2, you can essentially get the game in multiple phases, right? The first phase pre-level 80, and then the second phase post-level 80, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. And to go, all right, well, now that player didn't know any expansions, and they were not interested in PvP, so they wanted to know, oh, what can what is there for me in this game? Is it worth coming back to, essentially? Or am I better off trying out a whole new game, completely different game? And the answer was, well, there is something, there's fractals, but of course, you won't be able to do raids because they're tied to expansions, and you won't be able to do strikes because they're tied to expansions. And it's interesting because I've not really had to sort of go, oh, that's true. Raids are tied to expansions, or this is tied to expansions, in a little while. So it was a good little refresher in that sense. I think in a little bit I'm just going to adjust where my computer is on my desk because it's a little bit far away right now. I'll do it once we've parked this character and we're loading into Mistlock Sanctuary. There we go. Alright. Time to adjust where everything is on my desk. Desk layout. Because I've actually got two computers on my desk. I've got my old laptop, which I've completely reinstalled Windows on. I've completely reset, wiped. And I'm probably just gonna leave it somewhere lying around and update it every so often. But it is most definitely, oh nice, that's old, most definitely not ready to be used for anything really. Let's do that and that. Oh man, these snowflakes, I accumulate a good amount of them. Every so often I just realize, oh, I've got quite a good amount of them. But I never really know what to do with them because I don't have the gobbler, right? The gem store item that lets you consume them for a buff. So I don't really have that. I don't really feel like getting it because I've already got the candy cane gobbler. And I don't really play World vs. World very much anymore. Although I guess I might need to play some World vs. World if I want a gift of battle. Alright, let's log into this character and get the daily End of Dragons. Oh, excuse me. The daily End of Dragons little hero point. And I've been a little sleepy all day because I slept terribly. I went to bed at 5 a.m. because my upstairs neighbor was making quite a bit of noise. I've met the guy once. I think he's a voice actor or something because every so often it's got terrible sound isolation in my room, but I will just hear him sort of talking in character in a way. Like he'll just start talking about like, oh, I never loved you, and then but he lives alone. He doesn't have, and he's not on the phone because it isn't as if he's doing a discussion. He's just repeating the same line over and over again. But I will just hear him every so often, and I go, huh. But I've only had to go upstairs once to ask him, hey man, it's pretty late, and you know, I really appreciate it if you could turn it down. Let's see. Yesterday was sunlight. Today will be Kaineng Overlook, which is not my favorite. I'm not a massive fan of Kaineng Overlook, but we'll get there when we get there, as they say. Hey Xiavo, I have you in, dude. Da-da-da. Oh yeah, I was in the Mad Kings Raceway doing the Halloween event. But I said we wanted to get our dailies done, and then we would hop into Soto. So actually, let me go ahead and pop up the objective list here. Daily, you've been doing great. Your farming experience on Guild Wars too. Ah, good to hear, dude. Good to hear that you were doing good. Da, 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 da. Have you found? Have you tried? You're rushing the story. I was about to ask you, what's it called? Which method we talked about yesterday that you ended up doing. But rushing the story, that's a good one. That's a good one. It'll get you gear as well. Roosevelt dailies. Da, 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 da. What did I want to do? Shoot, I'm drawing a blank here. Oh, Soto chapter 5. There we go. Well, Act 2, really. That's what I wanted to do. Boom, boom, boom. There you go. Not skipping cutscenes because you need to know what you're doing. Yeah, man, 100%, 100%. The cutscenes is there. It doesn't really go. I guess if you play a lot of the story, it's gonna feel a little bit like they go heavy on it. But in retrospect, I can't really remember many of the cutscenes. Like it doesn't feel like there's a lot. So I think that they're really worth watching because of that. Okay. Today's are loot 10 defeated enemies, view a vista, defeat 5 veteran enemies, and complete a renown heart. Alright, we're gonna go do the renown heart, I guess, because that will count as a little bit of map completion. And then we'll head into. You still don't really understand dailies, probably because it's Halloween related. Ah. Yeah, I mean, I can explain that to you if you want. So the daily system, it's up here. It's called the Wizard's Vault, right? You can open it up by pressing Shift H. So you have dailies in this tab here, weeklies right here, and you have the special ones. The special ones are tied to the latest expansion, or apparently we didn't know that this was the case until now, the festival. So you have a maximum amount that you can have at any point of this currency called Astral Acclaim, right, or AA for short. So you can see here how much it's going to give you, so on and so forth. And if you press this, it gets tracked here, right? The specials give a lot, but they're not. Well, I guess they're worth doing simply because they give a lot. If you go here to Astral Rewards, you'll be able to see what you can actually spend the Astral Acclaim on the what's it called? So this is where you can spend your Astral Acclaim that you have. So, for example, this sold out means that I bought it, right? Some of these are limited in quantity. You see here, for example, the heavy crafting bags. There are only 30 of them available. So, this means, of course, once I buy 30 of them, I won't be able to buy any more, and it'll get grayed out like this. Skins like this seem to be tied to the latest expansion, right? So you need to own the expansion to get some of these items. Some of these, you don't. There are a bunch of guides on what's good to get from the Wizard's Vault, right? But, because some of these things are really not worth it. For example, the Revive Orbs, they're really not worth it. But because you'll be below level 80 right now, I would recommend getting the Tomes of Knowledge, since each one is another level and you can get 35. So you can get up to 35 levels before the next refresh of this whole store. You can tell when it's going to refresh by going back into objectives, heading over to special, and you'll see here underneath the 570, which is how much I have, 18 days remaining, right? So in 18 days, this will get refreshed. The dailies that are when you press H. Oh, yes. Okay. My bad. I've been telling you about the Wizard's Vault. This is okay. So when I press H and I click on daily here. Yeah. So, okay, this is a little bit complicated, but we can work our way through it. No problem. We'll work from the bottom up, okay? Because it's easier to do that this way. This is the one that you get when you do from the Wizard's Vault, from when you get the daily chest here, the Wizard's Vault daily completion chest. All right, it'll give you 1 gold, 30 astral acclaim, an essence of luck, and it'll give you this. This is mostly done, this just gives you 10 achievement points, right? Achievement points I think it's every 1,000 points, 5,000 points, I think. Every 5,000 points or so, you end up getting one of these big chests, right? That has, if you take a look at it, 400 gems. The 400 gems can be really good because, for example, it then means, let's say I wanted to buy an infinite salvage tool that costs 800. That's half of the cost right away, right? 400 gems is about 150 gold, maybe 160 gold, right? Which is I think that's a high price right now. Yeah, they've been keeping it high. It used to be around like 34 gold for 100 gems, but now it's around 39 because they've been really good at keeping the sort of gem price high. So that's how the dailies. That's what this is, right? This daily sunken treasure hunter is awarded when you kill 10 crate, right? In 24 hours, you get this key. There are several chests around the open world that are underwater. Crate are an aquatic enemy, right? And you can use this key to open those chests. I believe that there is a mastery point tied to it. I'm not sure. If there's ever anything you don't know about in the game, you can always type into the chat box /wiki and then space and then whatever you want, and it'll do a search on the wiki for it. So usually if you type in the name of the item, it'll just directly take you to the page and it'll explain everything to you, right? The wiki is really well written and I recommend using it quite a lot. So that's what this daily sunken treasure hunter is, right? And eventually you'll get a bunch of these ornate rusted keys, but you won't really know what to do with them, right? Because you have opened all the chests already, you'll have gotten the mastery point, and you're just here like, okay, I'm sinking other these keys. What do I do with them? I don't know. So I just delete them. For example, I think I store them all on one character. I can't remember. So Daily Living World Season 3, Season 4, Daily Azabeth Saga, these are from the Living World. Like, if you remember, you have proper expansions in Guild Wars 2, and then you have like mini expansions, which are the Living World, which are much smaller, sort of filler content in a sense. It used to be that you would get an expansion, like a really big content drop, and then small little content drops, which was the Living World, which would follow up the story, right, and set up the next expansion. And then we would get another big expansion. You also have Alliance something chest. What do I do with that? Great question. I don't know. Because I don't know what that item... See if you can type out the name. Because then I can... If I know what it is, I can tell you what I would recommend doing with it. But off the top of my head, that doesn't really ring a bell. So that's what this Daily Living World Season 3, Season 4, and Daily Azabeth Saga are. And Daily End of Dragons is tied to the End of Dragons expansion. And it's designed to give you a little bit of extra experience, basically. It's sort of motivation to play in the zone. And each one of these living worlds has multiple maps, right? So today it says Thunderhead Peaks, which is one of the maps. Another day it might say a different one, like Jahai Bluffs, for example, which is another Season 4 map. So it rotates between the different maps that came out with the Living World season. You'll finish cooking dinner and go to the PC. Yeah, dude, no worries. And the same for Living World Season 3. Right now it says Draconis Mons, which is one of them, but it might rotate around. Tomorrow it'll definitely rotate around to a different one. And it keeps rotating until it's gone through all the maps, and then it starts again, right? So if there's a particular map that you want to play on, then you might want to check to see if it's a daily, to see if there's people doing the events. This is mostly relevant for legendaries. But also, if you're trying to do, for example, the return to achievements, then that might also be something to keep in mind. So meanwhile over here, the daily strike mission, like I said before, strike missions are expansion content. So you have the Iceboot Saga one right here, Priority Strike, Whisper of Jormag. You have this one from Seekers of the Obscure, the latest expansion, Cosmic Observatory. And you have this one from End of Dragons, Kaineng Overlook. You're kicking one of your favorite Italian dishes. Tell me the name, dude. Tell me the name. What is it? What is it called? What's in it? So these strikes is the same. You have the Living World season, so Iceboot Saga, Seekers of the Obscure, and End of Dragons each have certain strikes. So it rotates around between the different ones that came out with the content. So for example, there are 5 different Iceboot Saga strikes. So today it might be Whisper of Jormag, tomorrow it'll be a different one, the day after another one, right? With End of Dragons, there are, I think, 5. And it rotates around between the 5. So each day will have a different one. And Secrets of the Obscure will have one of the most difficult ones. Yeah, Whisper of Jormag, it can be difficult, I agree. Once totally uneasy to do. Yeah, it I've been doing it for a while, and even I sometimes still feel like, whoa, I'm kind of overwhelmed here. It is, some people will say, oh, it's easy compared to other content in the game. Absolutely. But then, if you're comparing it to raids, you clear raids every week, whereas Whisper of Jormag, personally, for example, I don't clear it very much. Only the Gordon Ramsay spirit in me can do it. Piadina al prosciutto. What is piadina? Because prosciutto is like it's like jamon iberico. Well, it's the Italian equivalent. I know what prosciutto is, but what is piadina? Okay, and I'm going to explain the Halloween daily before I explain the fractals. But first I'm going to take some water. Okay. So the Halloween daily, you'll see this one right here with a little purple frame and purple text, Halloween Fright. This is the Halloween daily, right? This one, if you click on it, you'll see you have to do 3 of them. And it shows you all these ones, which really are all of these. So for example, this one, open 10 trick-or-treat bags, kill 40 Halloween minions. You don't really know how to explain it. I'll Google it, I'll take a look. This one, which is to win 1 costume brawl event. It's like bread, but not bread. Okay. I think I'm going to end up Googling this. This one to complete the clock tower, so on and so forth. More like a burrito bread. Okay, like a flatbread kind of thing. Like no crust on the thing. So almost like a pizza dough, where you don't really get a crust unless you sort of really cook the bottom. And then we have, so the story is, from all of these, you only really need to do 3 to get the big reward here, which is the 3 personalized trick-or-treat bags. And the rest of these will just give you trick-or-treat bags, normal ones. So whenever you see an achievement, you can always mouse over the little chest to see if it gives you something. Not all achievements are going to give you something. No crust. Like a circle. Okay, so, And what kind of size is it? Is it like a burrito size? Like a tortilla size? Or is it more of like a taco size, very small, like palm sized? Or is it big like a pizza? And then daily fractals. This is interesting because in fractals you have the 4 different tiers, right? So each tier, every single day, you have 3 different dailies. So today it's Twilight Oasis, Underground Facility, and Molten Boss. Really small, you think? Okay. So I'm guessing more like taco size, to where it can hold in one hand. 25 centimeters in diameter. Oh yeah, that is small. That is pretty small actually. So if you do tier 4, if you do your 3 dailies on a higher tier, you'll get all the rewards for the tiers below. So if I were to do this daily on tier 4, I would get the rewards for daily tier 4 Molten Boss, daily tier 3, daily tier 2, and daily tier 1. Excuse me. So I end up with a Fractal Initiates chest for doing a tier 1 daily, a Fractal Adepts chest, here we go, a Fractal Adepts chest for doing a tier 2 daily. I get a Fractal Experts chest for a tier 3, and I think it's Fractal Master, yeah, Fractal Master's chest for tier 4. You put ham in it and nothing else, 2-minute preparation. Okay, and do you like bake it like a pizza? Or do you do it in like a pan? Easiest dish imaginable. You love, dude, that's the best dishes. The easy ones are the best. Yeah. So this is how the daily system works. So if you were to do them on tier 1, you would only get the tier 1 rewards. You do them on tier 2, you get the tier 2 and the tier 1 rewards for whichever ones you do. So on and so forth. So you always end up doing 3 dungeons every single day, right? And then you do it in a pan, okay. And you end up getting the rewards for all the tiers below. So obviously you want to do them on the highest tier available because you end up getting the most rewards. This is why most players, once they are able to do tier 4, will basically stick to doing tier 4 and never drop below, unless they want to do Rex. This is a really smart way of ArenaNet for having done this, because this rec, so fractals, there are 100 fractals, 1 to 25 are tier 1, 26 to 49 or 50, I can't remember, are tier 2, and then 50 to 75 are tier 3, and 75 to 100 are tier 4. So you end up with about 25 different fractals on each one. But this one is a recommended fractal that will always only ever be in tier 1, right? This one is a recommended that will always only ever be on tier 2. And this one is a recommended that will only ever be on tier 3. There is no tier 4 fractal. This is really smart because what it does is it forces players to go through and play on lower tiers. That is the intention. The reality is most players will still go in tier 4 groups simply because tier 4 players have much better gear, know the fights, know the skips, because some fights you can kind of cheese a little bit. You can do them and then you can skip ahead to the next one really quickly. So it's a good intention, bad implementation, really. But it does mean that you will eventually have players who are trying to do recommended fractals. And you want to do this because you get these research chests, which drop 1 fractal research page each. When you have fractal research pages, you can then buy Ascended gear using these. So it is one way to start getting Ascended gear. And that's basically all the dailies in the daily tab. And these will always reset. You can always see the reset counter here. They reset at, well, midnight UTC, which is the time zone I'm in. But I've got 5 hours and 46 minutes left to do all my dailies, if I wanted to. You don't have to do all of them. Personally, I try and make sure to always do the daily fractals. And in this case, I kind of want the skin for Halloween, and I want the achievement points. So I'm going to go ahead and do Halloween Fright. So I try and do this, so I play a little bit of the festival content, because otherwise I never play it. And I do my daily fractals, because I enjoy doing them, and they give me a lot of gold. Daily strike missions, I do whichever ones I want. So most days I will do the End of Dragons one, simply because I know all the fights, and I think that they're not too bad. I don't really do Azure Saga ones anymore, because I don't really enjoy them as much. And I don't do the Soto ones because I haven't yet played through the story to be able to do it. Is crafting useful? Man, you like to ask some tough questions. Yes and no. If you're trying to make gold off of it, not really. But is it useful? Yes, because you are able to gear up. You find a lot of crafting materials and you don't know what to do with them. Okay, so I'm going to open up my inventory and I'm going to show you, it's a little bit crowded right now because this is my Halloween character, But if you mouse over here, you see deposit on materials, right? So when you click that, nothing goes for me because my bank is full, but it should put away the materials into your bank, right? So they won't have disappeared. They'll be in your account's bank, and you can always access your account's bank when you go to a bank NPC. So for example, here we are in one of the capital cities. You can see this icon on the minimap down here was a little satchel, right? A little bag. So I'm just going to take us over here, and here they are. This is the banker, right? The banking NPC with the little icon above their head. Where is it? There it is, right? So talking to them will open up your bank. Your bank has multiple parts. It has this part, which is kind of like an item storage, and you can put materials in here, right? These are all materials that I have extra. But it's not really the best way to do it, right? And you will start out with only one tab, but you can buy more tabs. I forget how many the limit is, but I'm not yet at the limit. You click on this little lock, and it'll show you it costs 600 gems. So if we go into the Black Lion Trading Company and the gem store, right, and I think it's in utility, they might not be selling it because I think that they rotate it every so often. Hold on, I'm just going to type in bank. Here you go, bank tab expansion, 600 gems. So if we go ahead and we try and convert about 600 gems, one bank tab is about 235 gold, right? So it's very expensive, and that's why it's not really worth putting your materials in your bank. You're better off, for example, putting extra gear that you might have, right? And I put my materials in it because I'm full in my material storage. Now, your bank has two parts, remember? It has this part, which is the sort of item storage. What are gems? Gems are like the cash shop currency. So you can either buy them with your credit card, like any cash shop, or you can convert in-game gold, right? Clash of Clans looking currency. Yep, 100%. But it is what it is. So as you can see, currently I've got 0 gems, right? Now this shows you roughly the price of gems, but if you go here to custom exchange, what I used to do is I used to keep on buying 100 gems whenever I thought it was at a good price. So that used to be when it was at 29 gold. Nowadays, the price of gem is much higher because ArenaNet has been releasing a lot more things on the gem store that people want, and they've been running a lot more frequent sales. So it's an actual economy, right? People who have gems can trade in. Right here you see it's 5 gems for 1 gold. Let's say I swiped my credit card and I got, I don't know, let's say 500 gems. All right, that's like what, 196? We'll put about 200. Okay, that's way off. We'll say about this. Let's say I swiped my credit card and I bought 565 gems. Well, I could trade it in for 150 gold, right? Or, so that is one way you can, if you want to whale away and swipe your credit card, that's how you can get gold from swiping your credit card. But what's more common, just going to reset the menus. What's more common, and what I've done a lot, right, is you farm in-game gold to then go over to custom exchange, and let's say I want something that costs 200 gems. Well, it's 78 gold, right? So when I mouse over this, it shows me right here, it previews how much gold I'm going to have left, and I'll know, okay, I'm going to get 200 gems. And then I can head over to the gem store right here, and I don't know, let's find something that's 200 gems. I don't know if there is anything that's 200 gems right now, to be honest. Let's say I wanted a bag slot expansion, right? Which in my inventory will add another one here, right? And if I click on this, you'll see 320. So I know, okay, that's what I want, 320, 125 gold. I would just click buy, I would buy the item, I would use the item on the character that I wanted to have the benefit on, and I would get an extra little slot here, right? The exact same thing. It is very useful. It's why, for example, it's still worth farming gold, right? Even if you're not willing, because even if you're not willing to like swipe your credit card, you can still get the premium like gem store stuff, right? By playing the game, by getting gold. So there is a reason to do the daily content in a way, right? So that's how, for example, I got all of this stuff. Well, not this because this is from Living World Season 4. Not this because it's from the End of Dragons expansion. And not this because it's for fractals and you can get that without owning expansions. But this was 800 gems. This, the Candy Corn Gobbler, I don't know how much it was. I think it's in the gem store right now. Apparently not. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, I got it for however much. This was 1,000. This was really expensive, but it's 100% worth it. But there are a bunch of tier lists on what is in the gem store, what is worth getting, so on and so forth. So if you want like a tier list, I think Mighty Teapot for sure has one. I'm pretty sure Mukluk has one as well. And like there are a bunch of guides on what is in the gem store, what is worth getting, right? But yeah, so that's how the daily system works. And what else was there? Well, I think we've covered everything. All right, so with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and get some dailies done. And looking at all the dailies that we have to do, we're going to go ahead and do them in Skywatch Archipelago. So in the Secrets of the Obscure map. Oh. So our dailies are to loot 10 defeated enemies, defeat 5 veteran enemies, where we're going to find veteran enemies. This is what we're going to do. We're going to start doing rifts in here. We'll see if we can find where it is. Okay, that's where we have to go. We'll just do rifts because they will spawn veterans, I believe. Oh, well, I mean, there's a veteran. Oof. Do I play other games? Yeah, I do. I'm actually going to be playing a little bit of Civilization 5 tomorrow with some of my friends, which will be quite fun. We haven't played Civ in like absolute ages. Oh, nice. Another player came to help us out. Very good. Yeah, as I thought, they came to do... Oh, there is a bit of a group doing rifts. You want to try out Civ 6, but Civ 7 is under development. See, I've got Civ 6. But I wasn't a massive fan, to be honest. I think it might be because I loved Civ 5 so much, and the big change in graphics kind of threw me off. But yeah, I think for sure you're going to want to wait until Civ 7 is out and then figure out which one you want to spend money on. Although Civ 7 might end up like Civ 5 where the base game is okay, but it's nothing special, and then once you get expansions it really becomes like properly good and worth like putting in the hours, you know? So I'd also be a little bit wary, a little bit careful of buying Civ 7. I guess what you might want to do is you might want to take a look at how Civ 6 did. See how people feel about it. If people feel that without expansions it's not really worth playing, because then you might want to wait for a sale instead. Mm-hmm. Some weeks ago there was the 200 euros, oh, 20 euro Civ pack on discount. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a little distracted here. Let me make sure I don't die. Hmm. Yeah, this is Elementalist. This is the Catalyst. So they use a hammer. They use a hammer, and they play differently to the Weaver specialization and differently to the, I forget what's the other one, Tempest. Oh, nice. We looted 10 enemies. That's the daily done. Nice. Still got a little bit more to do. Great. We got a bit of extra experience. Happy to see. Da, 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 da. Yeah. Civ. I'm reading the thing that you wrote about none of your friends wanted to play. None of your friends were interested in the Civ discount. Yeah, man. Like, Civ is one of those games that's just so much fun as with friends. Ay, ay, ay. Like, there are some games where you're like, oh, yeah, I could 100% be playing this on my own. And there are some where you're like, man, I really want to play this with friends. So I get what you mean about, like, the game went on sale, but no one was interested, you didn't get it. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, tomorrow we'll be doing a little 2 hour stream, very quick stream, where we basically just play Civ 5. Oh no. Ooh, we just made it. Nice. Just short. The second character you made in Guild Wars 2 is King Ice from Adventure Time. An elementalist with a beard with only blue clothes. Dude, I never really watched Adventure Time much. I don't know if, like, I missed, like, the peak period, or, but I was never really big into Adventure Time. Although I've been getting recommended some clips of it on YouTube, and it looks pretty crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there is a lot going on. Mm-hmm. You watched it a lot of time ago. Oh, okay, so it's not just me. The show did get, like, a little complex. Did you know what I used to be pretty big into? I used to be pretty big into what's it called? The Last Airbender. That's what I was big into. I really liked The Last Airbender. Big fan of that. You never saw it. Ah. I feel like we both missed each other's childhood, you know? Ah, you didn't. You want to see from episode one, and you didn't know what internet was. Yeah. Space Cadet Pinball. Man, pinball. Now there's a throwback and a half. Alright, great. Defeat 5 veterans. Done, and then we just have to view a vista. So we'll view a vista after this. And that'll be the dailies done. Simple and easy. Nice. And then we go ahead and close this rift. And that will be that. There you go. We're not going to cut that tree down. I don't need extra wood. I've already got too much. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go view a vista. Why not? That seemed fun. Yeah, it's... Honestly, it wasn't my favorite when it first came out, doing these rifts. But it's alright. It's alright. And there we go. What other games do I play usually? Minecraft. A lot of Minecraft. I got back into Minecraft recently. A lot of Battle Brothers. Battle Brothers is a really good one as well. It's kind of intense. Battle Brothers is kind of intense. Like if you like to win, don't play Battle Brothers. It is tough. Minecraft doesn't really get you. Ah, shoot, dude. It's a bit weird. With Minecraft, it's like, no one's like, yeah, Minecraft is okay. Everyone's like, either they love Minecraft or they're just like, nah, I never really got into it. You mine 3 diamonds and you quit. I get that, dude. I get that. Sometimes it is like that. Oh, you know what I played a little bit of? Valheim. That's what I played a little bit of. I got a little bit into Valheim. And that was the kind of game where I had exactly the experience that you're talking about, where I started like 5 different worlds and I was like, I'm just not really like, it is so much fun with friends. Like, with friends, 100% Valheim goated. It's so good. Without friends, less so. Without friends, less so. Okay, that's our Wizard's Vault dailies done. Well, we're just going to go right back onto the same character because we have this character for Soto. So we'll do Soto Act 2. 99% of video games are better with friends. True. You know what I've had my eye out for? Actually, there was this game. It's coming out. I think it's already out. League of Legends is one of the rare exceptions. Yep. Yep. But yeah, one of the games that I've had my eye out on because we played the first one with my friends, and amazing, incredible game. And I've played it recently with my girlfriend, and incredible, like really, really good. But For the King, right, is the first game. Oh, I'm gonna play some Soto story now. So, um, yeah, this is probably gonna spoil the latest expansion. Um, hmm. There's not really much I can do about it. There's not really all that much I can do about it. You don't think you'll get it? All right. In that case, I think I'm good to just play through it. Maybe not now. Yeah, not now. Maybe in a distant future. Yep, 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 yep. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Yeah, For the King. There is a game that I have played a bunch of, but I've still not played all of it because there's an expansion that I don't have, and it's three players is For the King. It goes on sale. It's like I think £5, like what, €8, £5, six to €8, and so good. Yeah, I mean look at how big Mabon is. No way. Like he is cheating a little bit. You see, he's floating. He's what a guy. He's cheating a little bit. Lear, on the other hand, I think I'll do what I want. Dagda, same as Mabon, same treatment, man. What a cheater he's flying. Yeah, it's okay. They're allies. These guys. They're friendly. They're friend shaped. No fall plus fly plus damage immune. Yeah, tough boss this one. He also has wall hacks. I don't know. I think he can teleport. I think so. Oh, great. I gotta do more rift stuff. Okay, let me see. Is there... Yeah, this is the missing facet. Complete rift hunts and gain essence. Yep. Help push towards the fractal of Draknar's light. Okay. Dagda on the right. She looks like an iron rank player from League. Yeah, man. Da, 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 da. Alright, well, we're back to rift hunting, I guess. Oh shoot, it's over there. There it is. There's the rift. Mm-hmm. Oh, Iron's the lowest rank. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like it was like a really high rank. You were 100% correct in assuming I did not completely understand the joke, man. Oh, that's not good. All right, nice. It's solo. It's actually difficult to get there. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Don't play League even if forced to. When I was in middle school, I had a friend who was really into League, and he tried to get me to play, and I installed it, and my computer couldn't run it. And every so often, I think about um, just how lucky I was that my computer couldn't run League of Legends. Kind of an impact it would have had on me. Because everyone who I know who plays League is like, yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. And yet they themselves seem to like really enjoy it. So I'm always a little confused because Guild Wars 2 everyone's like, "Oh yeah, play Guild Wars 2, play Guild Wars 2, play Guild Wars 2." Right now it's in a terrible state. What makes it be in a bad state? Is it like the balancing between different cuz you play with champions in League of Legends, right? Got different champions and those different champions have different abilities if I'm not mistaken. You got three different lanes. Da, 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 da. So what has put it in a bad state? 5 versus 5 of champions. Oh, balancing is terrible. Wasn't there a champion called like Timo or something who was like a tiny little rat but did a bunch of damage? I remember seeing people complaining about that on Reddit. I always thought that was kind of funny because the picture they always put of him was like a cute little, like a gerbil, you know? Lol. So seems like I was right on the head, huh? I hit the nail on the head, and I found exactly the correct one. Yeah, I can still see the message though. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it did flag up the swear word in there, which is kind of funny. Yeet. Oh, nice. I was able to just open that right away. Greater Arcane Chest. I need to hurry up and get my masteries done. I'm gonna trash this. There are even more stupid champs. I like how you've just got like an actual list just ready to go. You're like, yeah, these ones. It's like they give you a police lineup. You're like, yep, these are the ones. These guys right here. The last two patches were really good and healthy for the game. Oh yeah, so they're kind of like fixing it up, or will it still take a little while? Mm. What is the Guild Wars 2 story of patches? It's complicated. That's what it is. um, it's yeah, it's complicated. Is probably the best way to explain it. You so the Guild Wars 2, right? Doesn't really have a problem. Well, hold on. Let me finish this rift, and then I'll try and find somewhere that's a little bit quiet so I can talk a little bit without being interrupted. Because I can give you like a very basic answer, but it won't fully explain what I want to explain. But basically in Guild Wars 2 there's like three different game modes, right? World versus World, PvE, and PvP, and it depends on which game mode you're talking about, because sometimes so content comes out in Living Worlds for PvE, and it comes out in expansions, right? And expansions will affect the other two, so World versus World and PvP, because they come out with new elite specializations, right? Which are for example, Catalyst, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, right? So, long story short, that's roughly what goes into like how the game gets affected by patches. Now the thing is, when a patch comes out in Guild Wars 2, you have the patch notes. Hold on, let me. For example, I'm gonna open up Firefox. I'm gonna pull up the latest Guild Wars 2 patch, so I can show you a little bit what I'm on about. Okay, here we go. This. Okay, so this is the latest Guild Wars 2 patch notes, right, from 2 days ago, which is when the Halloween patch came out. So what you're gonna see is there's the festival stuff. So this is all the stuff that they added for the festival. World polish, which is just like them, a lot of like bug fixes basically, and something that, for example, they may have forgotten to add in. Items, so this literally just items, right? Usually this is more with like gem store items, so stuff that you can buy for their premium currency, right? That's what the Gentle Garden Swing chair is. That's enchanted music boxes. So this is like stuff that'll change from like loot boxes. This is where the patches actually come into something that resembles League of Legends, right? Profession skills. This is the game balance. So general, they've got a relic that they changed, right? Relics being a thing that they added with Secrets of the Obscure. And then it depends on your class, right? But in general, you'll see here at the very end of this line, in PvP only, or in World v World only, in World v World only, in PvP only, in World v World only, so on and so forth, right? And then this one, on the Untamed, multi-shot, fix the bug, so on and so forth. So this one is across all game modes. And Revenant took a bit of a hit, right? Because they reduced the targets from 5 to 3 for 3 different abilities. I think this is on the auto attack. I'm not sure. So in PvE, this is where Revenant was affected. So for example, it depends on what you play. Some patches might be really good for your class, some patches might be really bad. If we look at Warrior, I play Berserker, right? All this stuff, all the changes are for PvP and World v World only. So for me, because I don't play those game modes, literally nothing changed last patch, right? Sometimes you'll have like 5 different patches that are the exact same, where you're like, okay, but nothing changed for me. And sometimes you'll have stuff that'll change a lot, right? It kind of depends on the patch. So in terms of history of patches, sometimes you have patches that are great for everyone, and everyone is like, wow, that was a really good patch. And sometimes you'll have patches where everyone's like, huh, that wasn't a very good patch. Usually, what we're kind of seeing right now, for example, is you end up with an expansion coming out, and you have a bunch of new elite specializations. Now, these elite specializations, how to put this? Because they're new, the team tries to balance them before they come out, right? Makes sense. But the way that the team plays it, holy cow, they are smashing that elite avatar. Yeah, they killed it. It's dead. Here's the rift, and it's gone. Oh my god. They kind of destroyed that. Okay, this way. So the team will try and do their best to balance it, but then it'll ship out to players, and players play very differently to how ArenaNet themselves play, right? So it might be that, for example, players come up with like a certain build that the team simply didn't think of, right? And all of a sudden you've got a sort of broken build. Is there a most broken build of the game? Absolutely. 100%. There are, like, yes. Yes. Guild Wars 2 has its own balancing issues. Like, you have some classes that are dealing a lot of damage. There was actually a really good post a little while ago that on the subreddit that talked about power creep, and that gave actual numbers. Now, when people talk about damage in Guild Wars 2 and builds, they talk about the DPS, right? The damage per second. What they mean by that is the damage per second on a golem. So a target that doesn't attack back, a target that usually has a certain amount, a fixed amount of health, right? And there you'll find videos on YouTube like people doing builds, right? But they talk about the DPS. So you rank builds by the DPS, right? Unless, of course, they are aiming to provide a boon, in which case the build is considered more in terms of like the boon uptime. So there's essentially two kinds of builds in Guild Wars 2. There's damage dealers, and there's boon providers. Oh, hold on, let me restart my other laptop. There we go. So what this basically does is builds that are above the like quote unquote standard damage threshold are considered to be broken, right? And will most likely be patched. And then builds that are above the quote unquote standard like boon uptime, right, are considered to be broken as well. There's also not the same kind of difficulty across different classes. So for example, with engineer, because I think you played an engineer, right? You played an engineer, and then Level Death was the guy who played Guardian. That's what it was. But you have Heal Alack Mechanist. Mechanist being the End of Dragons expansion specialization. So those guys, what happens is they provide alacrity and they heal, right? Okay, cool, I got this done. Alright, hold on. Let me make a little bit of space here, and then I'll take a look. Because the question of whether or not there's broken builds is a really interesting one. Okay. So, take it from the top. Broken builds. When we talk about broken builds, in Guild Wars 2, you have what's called the damage rotation, right? So I'm going to swap to a class that I know well. We'll go with this. We'll go with this guy. So I'm going to answer the second half of your question first. Is everything viable? Absolutely, every single class is viable. You can play any class and they all have options for DPS. They all have options for boon provision. So absolutely 100%, right? If we were to, we'll go into fractals to show this. If we were to take a look, for example, in this case at Necromancer, right? You don't play Necromancer, so this probably won't mean much to you, but the same concept can be applied to Engineer, right? I'm just going to hop into the hardest fractal I can. Doesn't really matter which fractal, because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be showing a golem. Here, here, and then to here. So I'm just going to click on champion rank, idle golem, done. Right? So in Guild Wars 2 you have two kinds of builds, right? When you join a group, when you do group content, you do one of two things, essentially. You're either dealing damage, and so your build is focused on dealing damage as much as you can, or you're providing a boon, in which case you're aiming to provide a boon, right? Or you're healing, but a lot of the time you heal by providing a boon. So this class, for example, the Necromancer, currently, if we look at the training here, we know that we have 3 elite specializations. Can you see this? Yeah, you can see this. Reaper, Scourge, and Harbinger, right, which I haven't fully trained. Reaper is the one that I currently have equipped. each class has 3 specializations, being tied to the 3 different expansions, right? But certain specializations are geared, like they're intended to do a certain role, right? A Reaper is always damage, right? You can't really build a heal Reaper, because the Reaper mechanic is this little shroud thing, which when I press F1, you see all of these are all damage options, right? None of this is going to be healing. None of this is going to be, this is fear. This is a little bit of blindness. This is just damage on every single hit, right? That's literally all it is just damage, damage, damage. So the Reaper specialization means that if I pick the Reaper, this will be a damage character, because that's what Reapers do, right? The class mechanic, the specialization mechanic, is built around damage. On the other hand, still on the same class, still on Necromancer, right? But I have to get rid of this dude. And let me respawn. On the other hand, you do have an option to do a healer on Necromancer with Scourge, the Path of Fire one, right? So here we go. World versus World, Power Scourge, and let me put on this Power Scourge gear. So the class mechanic here changes, right? What Scourge does is it puts down these wells, right? Have a little bit of range. And then based on what I press here, this one will make them pulse out fear. This one gives barrier, which is how this one can heal. It gives extra health. This one converts, this one is intended to convert boons on enemies to conditions. And then this one pulses out barrier, right? The same. So if I were to pulse this, I gain a little bit of barrier. So with this specialization, because it's not a damage-oriented specialization, you can absolutely do a damage Scourge, right? Some of them you can do both. There are DPS Scourge builds. In fact, it was really popular a little while back, like we're talking a couple months ago. And there are healing Scourge builds, right? Harbinger does yet another different one. I can't show you because I don't have it unlocked. But what Harbinger does is it provides quickness. So you have a quickness Harbinger as a possibility, right? So on this one class alone, we have a damage build with Reaper. We have another damage build or a healer with Scourge. And we have a quickness DPS. So someone who provides quickness, one of the boons, with Harbinger. So the Necromancer is versatile in that sense, right? And that's just one example of how one class can be super viable. If we go ahead and we pick your class, right, Engineer, I will swap right back. It's almost the exact same, to be honest. Here's my Engineer, right, that we're loading into so I can show you. Now the Engineer has Scrapper from Heart of Thorns, Hollowsmith from Path of Fire, and it has the last one, Mechanist from End of Dragons. So, here you go. Yeah, so Scrapper from Heart of Thorns, Hollowsmith from Path of Fire, and Mechanist from End of Dragons. Now, Scrapper, I believe, can provide quickness as well. So you can build a Scrapper to be a DPS, or you can build a Scrapper to be a quickness provision, right? Hollowsmith can provide DPS, and Mechanist can be either DPS, or it can be Heal Alac Mechanist, which provides healing and alacrity, right? So you have 3 different options, again, on just the one class. And it's like this for basically every class, right? Pretty much, with some exceptions, right? I think Warrior you can't really heal very well, right? But you can provide quickness. It is a thing. I was surprised when I saw it, but it is a thing. So on and so forth. Should you start making a build now or something you should only worry about? Okay, I would say only worried about it after level 80, because when you're just leveling up, you can do whatever you want, right? Like, there is no such thing as a bad build when you're leveling up. Just a second. Yeah, so when you're leveling up, you're going to be unlocking these specializations here, right? And these skills. The skills being what goes here, right? So all of these. And specializations being what goes in these, right? So this is an air, fire, catalyst, right? This is the typical damage setup for Elementalist. This is Power Weaver. He's an fire, air weaver, right? So, builds, I would recommend only worry about it after you reach level 80. Because I see. Hold on, I see the issue. So you're going to be leveling up and playing, right? When you're leveling up, it doesn't really matter what you're doing. Don't worry about it. Yeah, literally every single class can do something, right? So you're never gonna level a class to 80 and then go, damn, I can't really do anything, right? There are options for every single class. It might be that you don't like healing, for example. You don't have to build your class as a healer. Oh, I'm gonna go do this rift because it spawned right next door. You don't have to build your class as a healer. You can build your class as a DPS. In fact, I recommend that you build your very first class as a DPS, simply because every group will always need DPS, right? And yes, it's easier to find a DPS than anything else, but also, what's it called? Like, you're always gonna need a DPS. So if you've got one, it'll come in useful. Nice. So I have an alt account, right, that is much lower level than this one, because I wanted to be able to do fractals multiple times to get a lot more gold per day, right? But on that account, I play a warrior, right? And I'm currently in the process of gearing up another class to be able to do more things. And the reason for that is simple, is because I have a damage dealer who I do my fractals on, right? Because there are always groups looking to do like damage in fractals, right? If we go here, see, they're looking for DPS, 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 right? It's very easy to find groups that are looking for damage. But every single player will be able to deal damage, right? So everyone's always going to have a damage dealer. It's a good start. Afterwards, and the thing is, as well, not all classes are the same difficulty to play, right? If that makes sense. Some classes are harder to play. So, for example, healing on Guardian is harder than on Heal-a-Lack Mechanist, for example. They both heal, but Heal-a-Lack Mechanist, the healing is very easy to do. Whereas when it comes to the Guardian with the Firebrand specialization, it's harder to do. Up. So there isn't like a broken class. Guardian used to be broken, right? It really did. But recently it's been less broken. You see a lot more class variety, because this is one of the things that they've done really well lately with the patches. They've made it so that different classes can do different things, right? So it used to be that with Warrior, for example, you could only do damage. And now you can do quickness. You can even do a little bit of healing. It's not very good, but you can do it, right? With Engineer, I think it used to be you could only do... This is all pre End of Dragons, right? But it was all, you could only do damage. And then they added quickness recently on a Heart of Thorn specialization with Scrapper, right? So they only recently made it so that you could do more things. But it's a really, really nice change. Okay, I'm going to take a little second and see if I can't find a mastery point to do. No. Tower, Amnitas, Amnitas. Okay, I've gotten all of the ones here. Ugh. Hmm. That's not a mastery point. Oh, I gotta do this. Mastery point filter. Soto, mastery point. Yeah, this is the only one that I could get. Ew. Wait. No, I could get some of these. Yeah, I could do that. 5 out of 10 for this. If I complete, I get a mastery point. What is this? Event 1 of 3. Event 1 of 3, event 2 of 3. 5 out of 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay, so I have to do all of these. Okay. I've already done the end game one, so to speak. Let's see if I can't do that. That would be around here, Garenhof Refugee Camp. But yeah, so all classes are viable. There is, there's no need to worry about, oh, I'm going to get this class level 80 and then I'm going to go, oh, I should have leveled up another class. Not a problem, right? Not to worry. No need to worry at all. I can guarantee that's not going to be the case. Alright, let me go here. They want me to calm the agitated sky scales. Up, Briella, prepare motivations. Where is the event that I want to do? Don't know, and it's a little confusing. Is engineer difficult? I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know. What I recommend you do is, since you don't have any expansions, you're going to be playing fractals. When it comes to fractals, you're going to want... now, the community makes builds, right? So I'm going to put the build website in chat. Hold on. Discretize.eu. There you go. That is the website for the guild that makes builds for people who play fractals, right? They're slightly different to the raids builds, but because you don't have any expansions yet, you're good to play that build, right? So if you go on there, you should then be able to find, by navigating the site, an option for, I think, Scrapper. I think there's a Scrapper build in there, right? They will most likely only put elite spec builds, right? So if you go with a core one, you can follow the exact same way that they do it, right? So in your build, you can do this, let's say for Elementalist, air, fire. So you pick the exact same thing, air, fire. And the last one, if you don't have access to Scrapper because you don't have the expansions, you can pick whichever one you think that will deal the most damage, right? And you can run with that, because after all, your goal is to deal damage, if that's what you're going for. If you're trying to provide a boon like quickness, for example, then it becomes more tricky. Where's my... Oh, here it is. Oh, nice. I got beaten. What a guy. Nice, and we got the mastery point that I was looking to get. Great. We also ended up reaching the amount there. So we are good to train this mastery point and start training enhanced updrafts. Great, great, great. Do I know... So the thing is... Okay, yeah, the Black Lion chest. Yeah, okay. I do know what you do with that. So those are... I just open all this. Whoa, very cool. How much is this worth? Oh, not much. Oh, it looks good though. My oh my, it looks good. Okay, that's what that is. So the Black Lion chest, you can delete it if you want, right? You can do that. What it is, it's a loot box, okay? It's the loot box that can contain. If you do a right click on it and then click on preview, you should be able to see what it is that is currently in there, because the contents change every so often. So if I look up Black Lion chest, you can see that they're worth not very much. This is what's currently in it. So you're guaranteed to get one of these statuettes, which when you have enough of them, how do you look up for the dailies I was showing you before? You mean the Wizard's Vault? It's up here. You click on this or you press Shift H and you get to see them. And if you mean the other ones, you press H to open up the hero panel, and it's right here in the drop down basis for daily. You click on that and they are there. But yeah, so when you do a right click on the chest and then you do preview, you'll see what you can get if you open it, right? So you're guaranteed, because it's Halloween right now, you get a little custom item that will, it's essentially another loot box. You must be level 80 to open the Wizard's Vault. Okay, well there we go. Now we know. So if you're not level 80, you don't have access to it just yet. And here you have the Black Lion statuettes. Now this is stuff that has a common chance of dropping, things that have an uncommon chance of dropping, things that are rare, right? And things that are super rare. If you get one of these, you can sell it for literal thousands of gold, right? If we're just going to go into the trading post, we're going to type in permanent, right? And you'll see the permanent crafting station contract is worth almost 8,000 gold, right? The lowest one, the permanent Black Lion merchant contract, is worth 600 gold. These are crazy, like, expensive, right? So you probably want to sell that. You might not want to use it. But to open this, you need a Black Lion key. To get a Black Lion key, you can either drop one randomly, which has happened to me, so it is possible, but it's very, very rare. You can also buy them here for 125. Not worth it. Don't do this, but I am telling you that is an option. What you can do instead is when you complete the level 10 story on your account. So this is no matter which character you're on, right? You can only do this once per week. When you complete the level 10 story, you get a Black Lion key. So I did it yesterday, right? I completed level 10. I made a new character and I completed the level 10 story. And then I went ahead and I, what's it called? I opened the chest, right? And I got lucky. I got what I wanted from it. I got the uncommon drop. This. I got this as a drop from it. So now I can look like I'm in a little gyrocopter. Like, it's silly, but I thought it looked cool. And now I have it. So you can get these kinds of things. All right, that's basically what it's for. Yeah. It's a helicopter. Inspector Gadget. Yeah, it is a little bit Inspector Gadget, isn't it? Okay, well, since I got the mastery point that I wanted to get to unlock this, I'm not gonna try and do the other mastery point. There is a lot down here, and I haven't even gotten to Astral Ward. And after I finish this, I'll unlock the other. What's it called? Thing I forgot. I forgot what it's called. The other mastery track. That's what they're called. Mastery tracks. Okay. Meet your allies outside the wizard's tower. So now I have to head up that way. This way. So we'll teleport to Draknar's Light. You didn't get it if you can do it infinitely. I mean, you can only get one per week, so if you complete the level 10 story, only the level 10 story counts, right? You can do the level 80 story all you want, it won't count for it. Mm-hmm. So you should do the level 10 story. Yeah, if you want to open the chest, you should, yep. On another character, yeah. So obviously each character can only do the level 10 story. Well, no, you can replay it, but you won't get the rewards. So you do want to do it once per character. And that's once a week. But honestly, I think it's still worth doing at least once a week just because you get the statuettes. Because you can eventually exchange the statuettes for what are they called? Yeah, you can exchange statuettes for infinite tools eventually. You need quite a lot, but it can help you get infinite tools. Nice place you got there. All right, let's see.
It has taken on many facades over time. The inside, however, has remained the same.
So what's the plan?
With those essences in hand, I can shatter the gate's lock. just takes a good lick of concentrated magic to calm it down.
Whatever we encounter inside, I should be able to disarm it in Iskarin's absence.
You do whatever you need to, Mabon. I'll guard you.
Without further ado,
Behind me, all of you.
Just hits it and it opens.
We need to clear out the courtyard immediately.
even Sprit is growing tired. He never paused to smell the air.
Mm-hmm.
How did they get inside?
Can you hear me, old friend? Is that... Who is that? There I am. With me, Commander. We need to... Whoa there! Don't take a swing at me, you half-witted headache. Voices! Turn your veins to Deldrimor. Count the astral planes. 1, 2. In your head. In your head.
Sprit is here to remind leaders to cease.
Uh-huh. I'm reading your comments. I'm reading your comments. So keep typing basically. keep typing. I'm reading.
two more that
We've no time for banter, Lear. The fight is hardly done. If I can channel the tower, we can quell Lee's storm.
Oh, great, yeah. Yeah, so you had the Black Lion key. If you played the level 10 story in the past, maybe it's in your bank.
should be
That might be why.
good. Because you spent enough time taking swings at us.
You thought you opened the chest in the past to use the key. Ah. Guess not. Lucky. You have no idea for the rest of the items that you found. Tell you what, man. Just tell me what you have in your bank, and I'll tell you if it's like worth keeping or not. Oof. Timy's die kit and a large crafting bag. Okay, so Timy's die kit you can open up and pick a die that you want. You can then dye your armor in that color. So that's not a bad one to have, to be honest.
Are you okay?
I just need to rest my spirit.
Let me take a look at you.
Oh, thank the stars. You live.
I'm okay, Dagda. I'm fine. So am I. Nobody asked you.
The large crafting bag you can double click on to open, I believe, and then you can just hit the deposit all materials button, and that'll put it in your bank.
It's ready for us.
Finally. Let's head inside.
Oh, boom. Nice, and that is a mastery point obtained. Let's grab that. Whoa, that is a lot of experience. Okay, you did it. Oh, great. Shoot. Need to do this. So I need to replay that to get that. I guess, I'm not sure. Damn, that'll do. Okay. You know how good of the stuff you found? You probably find out in the future. Yep. 100%. Where is it? Shoot, we just missed it. Next one is in half an hour. Okay. And Matt King says Matt King says is in half an hour, and the next one of this is in 2 hours. I'm not staying up that long. So half an hour until Mad King says. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. It is a shame.
We need to make sure the southern wings are clear before we unlock the
Okay, I'm just kicking me right into the next bit.
Doja, Urchin, Kingladium with me. We'll head east.
We'll head to the west. Frode, you know. Dagda,
Go with the group that needs you the most, Commander.
I go this way. I like the dwarf. I'm a fan of the dwarf.
There. Is your body ready for another fight so soon after rejoining?
Can't rest knowing our home is overrun by cryptids, can I? I'll be fine, Dagda. Haven't felt this good ahead of a fight in a long time.
I'll quiet my worry.
Oh wait, I should see if there's any. Tower of Secrets, assist Lear, assist Medbon. Okay, so that's to replay it. Tower of Secrets. Could put the optional task for us. Okay, we'll take a look after. I guess we'll do a little playthrough of this first, and we'll go back through and play through for achievements.
They could have wrecked any other room.
I'll organize a search party to recover any stolen artifacts after the siege.
They ate my lotus from Dasha.
We can get you another lotus.
You know how long it took me to get into that crypt.
All for fun.
Damn, this is a nice chair. Is it worth it to do random events? Yeah. I mean, like, what else do you want to do, dude? It's kind of like, yes, because experience, and also because they're what makes the world feel alive, right? Guild Wars 2 is really good at random events, so some of them you will enjoy, some of them you won't. But for the most part, I enjoyed most of them, so I'd say yes, worth it. Yeah, the story's actually pretty good. Oh, lol, they were fighting. Alright, big damage.
Out with you! Out of my chambers!
Wow, that was a lot of damage. Yeah, we're gonna go down. Oh, nice. Okay, let's get our toughness up if we can. Alright, great. We're back up to a little bit of health. Ay, ay, ay. Ouch.
Very.
We've little time to celebrate. Let's join
Hmm.
the others.
The east is clear.
As is the west.
Together, we recite the unlit moon.
Without Isgarin?
Zojja,
Me? I couldn't.
You must. Come. Won't let the result fall. I'm sure whatever terrors that still linger in these halls will come crawling the moment we begin. Stand ready, all of you.
we sit underneath an unlit moon.
Water pools beneath our feet.
No questions.
Okay, nice.
Flawless execution.
Whatever. Ooh.
well, little one.
I saw. What was that?
It could have been 1,000 things. We tapped into Tyria itself. That burn was the world looking back.
That's a lot to process.
Here, let us enter the Hall of Confluence. There's much to... I don't know how much longer I can resist them. The whispers of... Eager. My dear friends, don't fret. We have survived the Elder Dragons, rogue gods. This world doesn't comprehend how resilient it is. The Cryptus won't be our end. They are vulnerable, ignorant. I only ask one thing of you. When the hour arrives, do not hesitate.
That was a bit cryptic. Even for you.
I suppose some Mersat habits lasted beyond my ascension. I can hear Iskaran. He's out there, somewhere, struggling. I need to go to him. We will meet soon.
Be safe, my friend.
We need to repair the astral translocator. We can't power our portal infrastructure without it. Our true home rests in the clouds above. Once our portals can access the flow again, we'll take you to the bastions. There are 6 bastion keys. The Astral Ward was able to hide some of them from the Cryptus, but they're not all accounted for. I need eyes everywhere until we've located them all. Check in with the others. The Hall of Confluence is a mess. We should tend to whatever needs doing before we depart.
Hanging in there?
There's something about being in this place that makes me uneasy.
The Cryptus have that effect, it seems.
Why didn't Iskaran help protect us from the dragons? He was watching this whole time.
When was the last time you helped save a local farm from a group of bandits? Would you save them if, say, the champion of a dragon slept nearby? Would you go kill that instead? Isgarin is a complicated fellow, and that's not to excuse his poor choices. He's far from perfect. When he has a goal, he stays focused. And he's had the same one for a while.
Keeping Epark away?
Something happened between the two of them back in the era of magic, before the gods came. He's been so focused on keeping the Cryptus out that he often neglected those inside. We're atoning for that mistake now. We've got Eparch's lapdogs on Tyrion's stoop.
I'd save the farm.
And Isgarin would mourn the loss. You're similar in some ways, but very different in others.
The Cryptus completely destroyed my workstation. Ugh, what a mess. If you see any books or pages while you're looking around, can you bring them back to me? Navigational charts mostly, but also some personal stuff. So no reading, okay?
Do you need any help, Urchik?
Oh, oh my. If the commander is offering, huh? Urchik needs to collect all of the misplaced artifacts. Could you come with Skrit to find them?
Anything you need.
Still got Cryptus crawling out of every cupboard. They're drawn to whatever pot of magic they can find. We happen to be drowning in magical conduits. I've asked the wizards time and time again to keep our more powerful objects in a safer location. If you see any more, get rid of them.
Alright, neat. That is all of the optional achievements started. Or so I thought.
Livia, is that you?
Oh, you. They'll let just about anyone in here, won't they?
You're
It's Livia.
Reward? What happened to the Shining Blade?
I'm an honorary member. Didn't quite take
I don't know who this is.
bestowed on me. I am always a blade. We worked together over the years, Maban and I. He loves Divinity's Reach, especially fond of the food. Before you ask, I have eyes. I know that Maban is a Mersat. It was not an easy bond to make. We can chat more of that later.
I miss the Selma district. It's nice to see another friendly face up here.
I wish I wasn't. I don't like being off the ground too long. But things are especially sinister. The Bastions, as you'll soon learn, are struggling to keep the Cryptus at bay. Something is stirring in the clouds. I can feel it, gently brushing my skin. Dagda and Lear will be aiding us on the front. I wouldn't mind seeing your face in that crowd either.
Mhm. Oh, you can only pick up one at a time of these. That's gonna get old fast. Alright, well that's one. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, if I look on the map, let's see. Right, that's the next key. It's another key. Oh my goodness. Uh-huh. Misplaced artifact. Oh. Ah, we got interrupted by this incarnation of terror. Oh no, we got it. Never mind. Alright, let's see. Oh. Interesting that they hit them like that. Mm. you go. That's about half of the navigational charts found. Oh, and a misplaced artifact chest right off the bat. Great. So we are now at half of the misplaced artifacts and half of the navigational charts. Not too shabby. And this is the last key, I believe. Yep. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Great, another navigational chart. This is a very nice room. Ah. There's the third misplaced artifact chest. Alright, let's grab that water bucket and let's go douse those flames. Just so it's already done. There you go. Just gonna drop that. I'll go pick this up. So we are missing 2 charts and 1 artifact, and then we are good to turn in. Okay, well here's another chart. So we're only missing 1 chart and 1 artifact now. That was convenient. Then we'll have done a lot of the achievements to get the mastery point. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, the cities, because you don't actually do anything in the cities, really. Like, there's no group content, so on and so forth. There are during certain festivals, actually. That is true. During certain festivals, you do have some group content. But because there's no one, like, nothing to do, quote unquote, in the cities, people will generally just, what's it called? They'll just sit around and chat. So the cities are very much used as, like, chatting areas more than anything. Alright, let's go deal with those cryptis that are still visible around here. Here they are. Ooh, that is a lot of damage. Very nice. There they are. There is the last navigational chart, as well as the last artifact. On the other side of this wall. Alright. Obviously no window, so we can't go up through there. We're gonna need to go up through the main staircase, aren't we? Because we want to end up on the right hand side. So in through there and then over through here. Here we go. This way, drop down. And into here. Here we are. Navigational chart. Nice, that's all of them obtained. And then the misplaced artifact should be right next to it because we saw it through the window. Here it is. There's the very last misplaced artifact. Great. Happy with that. And here we have another confidential report. Alright, so we just need to kill the very last Cryptus Straggler, and then we should be good to go, I think. Mm-hmm. There we go. And we got the achievement that we were going for, Astral Gopher. Now this is what I'm looking for, Tower Snoop. I knew that there was an achievement that was tied to it, there always is. Okay, that's just the one for completing the chapter. We can't do that one because that we would have needed to have gone with him. That one's the next chapter. That one's done in the next chapter, done in the next chapter, and yeah. Okay, so this is the very last thing that we have to do. Because if we turn in the key, then we're going to end up finishing off the chapter, which is not what we want to do. Because I would like to get the achievements done first. So we're missing a couple pieces of one of these books. So we're gonna do a little meta game here. We're gonna pull up the Guild Wars 2 wiki. Guild Wars 2, what's the achievement called? Tower Snoop. Boop boop. Guild Wars 2 wiki. Let's see. Confidential report number 2. In the dorms under the eastern grass area on the map. Oh, great. They've got them labeled on actual map. Very nice. We're missing 3 of them. So we're missing number 2, journal page number 1, and the thoughtfully written note. Which they count as 14. Which is there. Okay, yeah, that's literally... Oh. Here it is. Was the wrong one, but it still counted. So now we're only missing 2. And there's the last one. Great. Okay, and with that, I think we are good to turn that in. Because I think we've done every single achievement that we could do in this instance. That's in the next chapter, that's in the next chapter, that one is as well. This one we can't do because we need to replay this. Tower of Secrets, that's just the one for completing it, and then that one we can't do because it's for the one before. Yep, we've done everything that we can. All of the achievements, unless there's hidden ones, but I don't really mind. Okay.
If you could see this place.
Aurine, is that the prismatic dragon? Oh, what a
How did you... Yes, she is. One of my dearest companions.
She is not dead. Only in her mourning.
Key obtained.
We're not sure when she's going to wake up. In 1,000 years.
That makes you sad. Not knowing.
Saddened that I don't know when our next meeting will be. But I don't think that was it. I'll see her again. I know it.
And boom, there we go.
Good work, Commander. I appreciate your efficiency.
See?
Lol.
With the astral translocator back up and running, we're ready to move.
I don't know what awaits us among the bastions, but we must move forward, Maban or no.
With a Wayfinder on our side, it'll be a fun fight.
Who's the Wayfinder?
You.
You have proven loyal enough for now.
I'm honored. You barely know me.
And you've still time to disappoint us.
Dagda.
Wow. How rude. Nice. Tower of Secrets completed. Except, great, we got a mastery point for completing another chapter. And more importantly, just do a right click to accept that right away. We're now at 7 out of 8. Oh, we don't need to do all of them. Well, that is good to know. And it is really good to know. So now we only need to focus on just getting that. Cool, great, incredible. Exit, open those up. Nice, we got the shield. Ooh. I like it. Very nice. Let me open all of that. Pop all this stuff away. Pop that away. Yes, exit the Wizard's Tower. Oh, here we go. Next map unlocked. The Wizard's Tower. 24 points of interest. Whoa, big. Big, 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 big. Okay, we got a mail. Interested in relics, so on and so forth, so on and so forth. Okay, whatever. Cool. Portal to the Beacon of Ages. Alright, is there a waypoint that I can get around here? This one. Whew, okay, there is quite a bit. So this is the Northern Wizard's Tower then. Okay, there's the strike mission hub for End of Dragons. Sorry, not End of Dragons. Strike mission hub for Secrets of the Obscure, which is great. That will prove very useful. Okay, cool. So I can do a strike mission. I can do Cosmic Observatory, which is great. Happy with that. Is that the daily? Is that the daily strike mission? Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. In that case, probably want to do that. Because tomorrow I'll rotate around to a different one, and then after that I'll rotate to a different one. You know what? I'll do it on Saturday. Cool. So one more chapter and we'll be done with Act 2. Not bad. Is there anything else that I really want to discover? Okay, there's a hub here apparently. There's a mastery point there. Now that is good to know. This way. And it is upstairs. There it is. Okay. And up. And up. And Mastery Insight. Great. Tower Insight. And there's a second one called the Apex, which I'm guessing by the name is somewhere up top, I assume. Could be wrong about it though. Okay, well I know that there's another one somewhere. And just in case, I am going to head to the very top. Nice, there's a vista. Oh, strong current, you will be pushed back. Oh. So it really isn't this way, huh? Really, it isn't even up here. Ah, I thought for sure it would be. Okay, well. Shame, but oh well. Whoop. Where are we? Right, push us back down to here. Ah, shoot. I got caught up in that. Shame. Okay, there's different crafting stations here, and there's bank access, which is really nice. Very convenient. Aha, found it. That's where the mastery point is. Knew it was somewhere. Always a little tricky like that. Great. And let's see if we can't get this vista. Here we go. Nice. Not bad looking, not bad looking at all. Now there is apparently, here it is. A portal to Lion's Arch. Seriously. Ah. Okay, well, nice. That is convenient. I am going to meet with this archivist just because he's right here. Oh, what are these guys called? I forget. Yes, my drip.
I'm happy to.
Sigils have always been a capstone of the magic ecosystem, granting power to charlatan and sorcerer alike. But their powers are quite poor compared to our relics. I believe they are broken pieces of very old runes. Very, very old. When the dragon cycle ended, not only did the spire hit them, no, many of our spells and magic reverted to an archaic state. These fascinating and magnificent objects included
Oof. Pinch of Stardust, and of course it's research notes. Ew. The Wizards of Vault. Hey, what do you know?
If you hear any strange murmurs, it's nothing, but let me know about it. Is the sign not bold enough?
Hmm. Kinda cool. Up.
If you a new relic, I'd love to see it.
Yeah, no, don't.
Grabbed a little something special before we left the Bastion. Pure bloodstone. Will send you flying.
Ooh, even kept that. Fun? I thought Bloodstone was sealed in the vault.
Just don't drop it. But feel that weight.
Everything was damp and warm. Her voice was so piercing. My head is still.
We don't have to talk about it if you're not ready.
There was so much blood on my hands when I woke up. Was it mine?
Halloween adapted. Very nice. Very, very nice. No, I don't like the way that looks. I'm not gonna do this.
What do you think he's doing? I'll make my preparations and head out.
Hmm.
We're holding the line down at the Bastion of Strength. We're circulating ward in and out as we speak.
Are we not pushing for the other bastions yet?
Until we know what that thing in the sky is, no. The Bastion's near at the top of the sky, and it's risking for capture.
Hmm.
Mr. Wrench, is that you?
Well fed and rested. Not a scratch on her.
How you doing, girl? Did you keep the tower safe while I marooned?
Managed to wiggle her way into the footsteps. Had a bit of fun.
Let's see. Is this the way? Apparently not.
How was the resupply at Moon Camp?
Hmm. All right. That's where the last one is. Okay, well, let's go here. We'll do that. Okay, and that's where you want to go. Alright, that should be doable. It's a good thing you can just stand on these little floating balls in the sky, huh? Let's grab the mastery point first. Priorities, priorities. Great, so we have 4, which means start working our way down to there. Oh, right, of course, and we've got this. Okay, so that gives the same effect as the End of Dragons one, Arbor Stone, I'm guessing. This, what is this? Ah, that's what I want. Because I like the armor. Okay, and okay. Alright, so this is all rift hunting stuff, basically. The one that I'm gonna want is gonna be Astral Craft here. Flight training. I saw a lot of people complaining about this, and I don't know if they fixed it or not. Yeah, so none of that looks interesting to me. I'm gonna just start training this instead. Alright, let's grab this Vista. That's it. That is a good Vista. That is really, really nice, actually. And that was the last Vista. Do that, because there's always a jumping one. Oh wow, okay, there are a lot of little achievements there. What else is there? Okay, there's koi in the pool and everything. Pretty cool. Let's unequip that, re-equip our little one here. Alright, let's see. Okay, so there are a bunch of mastery points here that I can do. Yeah, and I need to do comrades in arms to be able... So, I need to do the next chapter to be able to unlock this, whatever this is. Alright, good to know, good to know. Two different adventures, it seems, which is great. 3 different adventures. Okay, cool. Well, we've seen all that this island has to offer. So it seems. So let's go here. Funky. Okay. How do I get... Okay, well apparently fly by night is locked. I guess that has to do with the day-night cycle, I'm assuming. How do I get to Wizard's Trial? Apparently it's at this height, not this one. It's underneath there. Is there a staircase somewhere? Promising? Promising. Oop. Oh boy. Oh, okay. You just keep on going through. Oh, this is the thing I saw. Oof. Okay. How do I know which one it is? Is it... No. Is it just trial and error? Alright. Whoa, okay. So... Oh no. Here. Okay, I messed up that jump. I know it's not the second one. Ooh. Why'd that not work? Okay, that's annoying. It keeps gliding. Here. That didn't seem solid. Okay, it is solid. Oh my goodness. Why does it change? I feel like such an idiot right now. Okay, so that decides which ones are currently active. That makes sense. That's why sometimes they didn't work. So right now only squares are active, and it's gonna go to this one, then to diamonds, then to shoot. All right. Back to the beginning. So here, not this one. I gotta pay more attention. Square, then it's gonna move over to diamond. Okay, whatever. Diamond. This. Square. Square. It's too slow. Or I'm too fast. Alright, this one. Shoot. Too fast yet again. Here, then here. To here. Can also reach this one. Whew, lucky. And yes. Ooh. Oh boy. Alright, we're playing it safe. This is pretty good. I think this is the first time that they've done something like this, because nothing... This does not ring a bell. Alright, one more. Head to here. Position ourselves at the outer edge. Oof, almost missed the window there because I wasn't paying attention. No! Back to the start. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, I guess we have to jump off. Oh, the race will end in... There's a timer, 40 seconds. Okay, so if I don't do it this try, then rip. Over to here. Wait. Oh yeah, there's no way. There's no way I'm making it up to there when I have to make it across a bunch of these. Yep. Race is gonna end before I can do anything. Shame. So if I jump off, does it reset me? Please? Please reset me. Like, let me try it again. Okay, what if I head out of here and just throw myself off? What does it put me? Puts me back there. So if I head to here, I keep doing this, I can retrace my steps this way. Okay, so I want to do this. Here we go. And too low. Alright, reset. And play. 1 through. Alright, hard part. It's gonna be square. Then it'll be diamond. Circle now. Circle, circle, and then normal square. Oh, come on. I pressed the backwards key to... Nice, it's circle now. Then it'll be square. It should have been square. Okay. Diamond, diamond, circle, 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 normal square, nice. Through here, on. Alright, now this part starts here. Can I do this? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. But of course, if I mess up, then I do need to reset. Okay, over to there. Let's see, let's see, let's see. And over to here. Very good. Want to head to here. We probably do want to hop from one side to the next if we can. Jump and we glide to there. I don't know if gliding is the intended method. It somehow feels like it shouldn't be. But also I don't know. Head through to there. If I mouse over this, what is this? Oh, right, okay. Over to here. To here. Nice. First try gold. Well, first try. What am I saying? Not first try, but that is that. Okay, so if I click reset now, that's not bad. I grab all of these. I got the mastery point for this adventure. Got a... Ooh, nice. Valkyrie Eagle Sword, which I already have unlocked, but... Okay, it's not worth enough. Not worth enough for me to sell it, unfortunately. That's alright. I'm happy with that. I got gold, I got the mastery point. That's all I really cared about. Yeah. Let's see if we can't do sky scale target practice. And then I think we're going to call it a day. Hide and seek. What? We'll take a look at that after. You know, another day. Okay, the Forge of Timelessness is an intriguing name. Aha, here's the guy. Yeah, and I want the... Not the heavy coat, because this is a light character. I want this piece of armor so my character can look like this. I think it'll look really good, rather than what she's currently got going on. Alright, let me sell all that stuff. Oh, legendary crafting. Ah. I think I will need one of these. Okay, great. I've already got enough to get that. 60 ecto. Wow. Does the... Okay, you're at a point in the story where you gotta pick between the three. Doesn't choice really matter. It affects later story options. So what I recommend you do is pick one. Whichever one sounds the best to you on your first ever character. And then pick the others in your next characters. Because it does change the story a tiny bit. Not too much, though. I think it unlocks different skins. So that might be something to keep in mind. Sheesh, that's a lot of unusual coins. golden ticket. Oh my god. That is a lot of gold to spend. Uh-huh. Hmm. Very cool. Okay, thank you.
Boiled bog broth again?
Mm-hmm. It's above.
I'm so eager to return to the Bastion. If the crypt has so much as touched our research.
Great, that's the reliquary. Oh, with a statue of Paolo Joko. That's funny. Right, so this has a bunch of different relics from around the game, huh? Ah, yeah, I know where those are from. Hmm. Pretty cool. Okay. Last one is Isgaren's Hidden Library. Which is apparently down this way. And below. Which doesn't seem correct. Yeah. But it is the only point we have left to discover. Isgaren's Hidden Library. Alright, time to pull a little Google. Isgaren's Hidden Library. So it says to reach it by dropping off of the island that is a little bit south of the under construction waypoint. Oh, here's the under construction waypoint. Oh, found it. Found it, but messed up. There it is. Okay. Nice. Lucky trigger of Bond of Vigor, which will let us go up and reach the hidden library. Perfect. Very nice. And that is the Wizard's Tower map completed. Great. That's what I wanted to do. Okay. Very, very cool. Now, the story wants me to head to there, but I think I will do that another day. I am going to look up how to get the Wizard's Tower scroll. Because I feel like that would be quite good. Okay, yep, and I need to finish Act 3 to get it. Okay, so I don't need to worry about it until then. Alright, cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm not doing the next Mad King Says. I don't really care about any other events that are up, to be honest. So I think we are good to go. Oh yeah, Shadow Behemoth, maybe. But he's not anywhere near coming up just yet. Alright. Oh, nice, that is an exotic rifle. Very convenient. Okay. So that is us done with the story for today. We finished... Well, we're almost done with Act 2. We just got one more chapter left. So we can do that another day, which will be great. Probably not tomorrow, because I don't think I'm going to stream... Tomorrow I'm streaming Civ 5, so I won't be doing that. Let's make a little bit of progress on the Halloween... what's it called? On the annual... Annual... What's it called? It's the annual achievement. It's like... festivals, Halloween rituals. Okay. If we do that, it counts for the weekly, which we might do. Sent to Madness. Mad King Says. Okay, we'll have to do that another day. And we're 8 out of 15 on the racetrack, so I would quite like to work on that, to be honest. Where is it? Raceway Regular. Because I think we can get that done easily today. Very chill, and it'll get us a little bit of experience, a couple little bags. Oh, we also want to do the daily, Halloween daily, which we've already done one of, which is great. Big champion enemies, a few 41s, complete the Mad King's Tower, complete the race event. Okay, nice. So we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of Mad King's Tower. We'll try the timed one. You know what, why not? We'll try the timed one. And when we inevitably failed, we will just end up doing the stopped in time version. Ah, shoot. Oh well. Alright, let's go back to the... Yeah, give me the stop clock tower. Don't care, give me in. Just want to get it done. So I can go off and do the raceway and then call it a day. Hey, Level Death. It's going pretty good, man. Didn't do any fractals today, didn't do any raids. But I did progress the story. We're almost done with Act 2 of the latest expansion. So I am pretty happy about that. Because I've been putting it off for a while. And it's not too bad. To be honest, the story's pretty good. Should have played it earlier, but I didn't. Now we're just trying to get the Halloween like daily done. There we go. Trying to get the Halloween daily done, and then don't know. Might do fractals anyways. To be honest, not sure. There you go. Jumping mad done. Grab that. Ooh, we got a mini. Worth 1 gold. Worth about 10 gold over there. I like it. Add him to my collection. Alright, cool. Let's see. Oh, the raceway. That's what I wanted to do next. The raceway. Send me over. Alright, here we are, and get on our beetle right away. Immediately crash. If you're not crashing when you're using the beetle, you're not using the beetle properly. Whoop. If you're not overshooting, you're apparently not using it well either. Oh my goodness. Come on. I've never been able to do roller beetle races. I always see people doing them at really high speeds, and I'm always really impressed, but I can't do them. I don't know why. I think it's something about the drifting. I just can't get how the drifting works into my head. Like I don't know. For some reason I'm like, no, it shouldn't be working that way. But of course it doesn't work the way that I want it to. What do we do? We do 1 minute 20. Okay, we can do better. Oh, come on. He should be able to go through that. think we can shave off. Okay, hold on. Let me reset this. I think we can shave off 11 seconds from our time and reach the what's it called? The gold. I have faith. I think it's possible. I think it's possible. All right, let's go. I need to watch those roller beetle videos where they show what keys they're pressing at what time, and I need to avoid pumpkins better. Whoop. Yeah, I'm getting that drift. But then I lose speed here. Tight turn, which messes me up. That's alright. Ah, we are so close. Alright, let's go again. Come on. Getting stuck there shouldn't happen. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. Oh, oh my goodness. Completely overshot that. Like, that is disgusting by how far I overshot. Yeah, we're not making it. It's a good thing that they still incentivize you to complete the round by making so that to get the Halloween annual achievement, you need to do however many rounds, I forget. Let me reset. Ah, yeah. Oh, nice, we got lucky. We got a candy corn cob. Oh. Very convenient. We're now at 955. Very, very convenient, actually. How many mastery points do I have for end of... Oh, I'm one short of getting this one. Okay, well, tomorrow we know what our goal is. Ah, come on. Man. Oh, the fence placement is infuriating at best. Oh my goodness. I hate that you can't just brake on the roller beetle. It forces you to go so far away from where you're supposed to be. Like, this is a terrible time. Come on. Okay, well, 2 more rounds and then we'll be done with the annual achievement, which is pretty good. That pumpkin always gets me, man. Every single time. I can't help but feel that ArenaNet really just put it there for me. New build available. Oh, they did a patch? Interesting. I don't think anything was supposed to come out today. Overshooting yet again. I don't remember reading about anything coming out today. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong. Alright, that's 14. Yep, get a little bit more of this. Okay. And I'm gonna finish off with a different race, not this one. Springer. No, I like the Jackal. Come on. Great. There we go. Pretty good. Right, and that's 5 out of 9. So we got the Grim Machine chest, and we only need to do 4 more. Great. This one for sure. 100%. I think if we join this race, we can just... Oh, it's the Roller Beetle one. No, it's not. It's this one. Okay, well in that case, might actually be able to finish. That is some pretty crazy range on them. You're going to bed now. See ya. Good night. Oh wow, come on. Lol. That is crazy range. Okay, let's see. Alright, so you get a special skin, huh? See what they look like. Okay, it looks pretty good, but they are steampunk themed. Okay. I can't say I'm a massive fan of them. Let's see. My char are a ranger and a thief. And a thief I'm probably not going to play, so it'll be ranger. Problem is, a ranger druid. Guess I'll pick the axe. Let me grab that. And great, that is an actual weapon. I'm just gonna salvage it right away. No point keeping it. Boom. Put up all of these. Toss the stuff I don't need. Consume that. Deposit the rest. Did that? Did I finish the dailies? No, it didn't. Even though we completed the race event, it did not. Oh, wait, it means in the actual labyrinth, does it? Yeah, okay, so we need to change to the actual labyrinth. Up, return to labyrinth, participate. Now we want to head to the, oh, that is a really cool boat, the center of the labyrinth. Here's this guy. Here we go. This is what we want. Just do that. Carve that one as well. Oop. Not this, I don't want to fight. Oh my goodness. That's the one that I want. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna reset. No point playing that out. There we go. That's the Halloween daily finished. So we're just gonna head up to the top here. We can't really be disturbed except by this annoying bird. Good to open these, open all of these. I'll open these three, didn't get anything good, that's alright. So, five out of 9, we'll get 6 out of 9 with Aurora Tradition. I don't really feel like carving 100 pumpkins, so it'll be 6 out of 9. So, 7, 8, 9, so we're missing 3, so we have to do this, this, and this. Okay, so we can only skip 1. Okay, we'll do this because it's a weekly. This will be get done at the same time as this. Ascent of Madness. How far am I with legendary armor? I've got 2 pieces of legendary armor. Yeah, I have some pieces. I've got 2 on this on light armor classes. And then I'm missing 2 to finish my set on heavy armor classes. No one doing wing 3. Yeah, it is pretty nice. It is pretty nice. It took a while. It took a little while, and it was a little bit challenging having to learn the fights, but once I got it done, it was pretty good. And it's pretty nice being able to just swap pretty quickly. Okay. Alright, let's see if we can't do Ascent to Madness. Because we only need to finish it once. To get the achievement. Hi, oof, please. What in the world is oof? I have no clue what they're on about. Join them in Ascent to Madness, yep. There we go. Die. Looks like they got started without me. Oof. Ooh, that was kinda close. Nice, that's a good amount of damage dealt. We'll just kill these guys because we can. Alright, there we go. barely survived. But it looks like that was the right way to do it. Right, and they're going to portal. Which would be great. Very convenient for us. Oh, he respawns. And portal is open. Don't know why, okay, weird. Nope. Do we go through? Yeah, we do. Nice. Pop these down. Shroud, we'll get a little bit more of this sort of energy, and nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. If you had to start over knowing what you know now, how would you go about getting legendary armor? That is a great question. For which I'm going to need to draw a little paint diagram because I like using little paint. Oh, nice. Oh, not that nice. I'll still take it though. That is a good question. Off the top of my head, I would say would need to have at least exotic armor, right? Because raids are content that require you to have. I'm just gonna instant sell this. I don't want it in my inventory. Raids are content that require you to have at least exotic armor, right? So that would be the first step. Then I'd start doing strikes. And the reason why is because I think it would get you used to sort of what a raid is gonna look like, right? Hold on, let me clear my inventory. Let me go give Drubert 1,000, where is he? Here he is. Here we go, take that. I knew that there was an achievement. Give me that. That has helped lessen the amount that I have, but it hasn't solved my problem of having too much. Oh, very cool. Okay. But yeah, this is the annual achievement that I care for. Okay, we're at 6 out of 9. Yep, one from Mad King Says, and then that'll get us at 7. And then we got 2 more to do. Which we'll just farm the labyrinth to get the last ones, I think. Right. Alright, I'm going to open up Paint. And then I will go into detail about it. So, boom, boom, Paint. There it is. Alright. Just so I remember what we're talking about. Legendary armor. How would I go about getting legendary armor? The first thing, right, is to understand that legendary armor, you get it from 2 achievements, right? So I'm going to log into a character who's a little in a peaceful place, this one, and I'll show you the achievements. So there's 2 achievements, right? And this is really important to know because you got to work your way through them. So part 1 will give you a full ascended set, right? This is why on my alt account, for example, I've finished part 1, I've not started part 2. Part 2 give you the precursor set. You got to keep in mind there's multiple ways of getting legendary armor. This is the raids method, right? Here we go, legendary armor. Here we go. This is the very first one, right? Envoy armor 1 experimental armor. This is the one. So the very first thing to do is to understand what goes into these achievements, right? This one you can start doing from the beginning. Pretty sure. It's tied to Heart of Thorns stuff. So the first thing to do would be to look up the wiki page and understand how you go about doing this, right? Of course, to progress this achievement, you need to do raids, right? So naturally, you'll do raids. The important thing is, though, the second one, Envoy Armor 2, requires a crystalline heart, which you make with 100 crystalline ingots, which are kind of a pain to get. So that's what I would start doing now, is look up how to get those. And so you're going to need to play through Heart of Thorns, basically, because you get them from the very last map of Heart of Thorns. So that's like what you need, and you need to make sure you have an exotic set, since you since if you're gonna be doing raids, you're gonna want an exotic set. So full exotic armor is another prerequisite you're gonna have. So you're gonna want full exotic armor. You're gonna want to know the actual raids, right? Because you're gonna need to do a lot of raids. Simply put, you're gonna be doing a lot of raids to get what would I do now? It's kind of hard to organize my thoughts on this. Knowing what I know now, what would I change? Let's see. Well, I mean, I can just tell you what I did on my alt account, because that's literally the exact same thing. Knowing what because I've got legendary armor on my main, and then I started getting it on my alt. Okay, here's how it works. You're gonna want full exotic armor for sure, right? So whatever it takes to get full exotic armor, you're gonna need to do that. I don't know if you heard me last stream, but there's currently because of the festival, there is a way you can get easy stat selectable, so you can select the stats, right, to make sure you have the right stats. Armor, if you go in the achievement, so if you press H to open up the hero panel, if you click on festivals and you click on lunatic wardrobe, I have them completed, but if you click on one of these, you mouse over here, you'll see you get this lunatic hat box, for example, so and so on and so forth. So there's 6 of them, and they each give you a piece of exotic armor that is stat selectable. So you can choose literally any stat, right? So you want to do all of these if you can, because you will get a full set of exotic armor from it, right? That will be your gateway into raids. It is that straightforward. So a royal tradition is to play 1 round of Mad King Says, which happens in Lion's Arch, right? It's on a timer. This one is to play Ascent to Madness. So the mission that I just did, you can probably find a group that's doing it. If you go Y to open at the LFG, looking for a group, Central Tyria, and you go to parties, see here, Ascent to Madness farm with 2 portals, and they're looking for a DPS dealer. So if you do that, you will get another piece. Lunatic Racer, complete the race event in the Mad King's Labyrinth in under 2 minutes. You need to go to the actual labyrinth and do the race that's in there. So very doable. If you ever have a doubt about any of these, you can go on the wiki and type in the name of the achievement, and it'll take you to the page that'll tell you how to do it, right? The wiki is your friend in Guild Wars 2. You have no better friend than the wiki. Mad King's Clock Tower, you can complete the stopped clock tower jumping puzzle. It'll be a bit tough if you're not used to doing jumping puzzles yet. Yeah, it's no worries if you don't have a mount for the race. There is a... Oh, actually, that is a good point. Is there a mount rental service? You don't need the beetle. You don't need the beetle. I did it with the raptor. Hold on. We'll go check. We'll go check right now. We'll go see right now to see if there is a mount rental service, because there should be one, I think. Not 100% sure, but there should be one. Here you go. Mad King's Labyrinth. Go here. I like to return to Labyrinth. I like to participate. Send me in. So we'll check right now. We'll see if there is one. And I'm just going to take the quick way down to head to the center of the labyrinth. Here and here. Alright, so this guy is... This is the race. So there doesn't appear to be... Yeah, there doesn't appear to be one. I don't know if you can finish it on foot. It might be a bit tough. It might be a bit tough. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. That's actually not cool. Because do you have... You have the raptor? You'll be great. Good. That's all you need. I did it with the raptor, and it was no problem. Look, I'll do it right now while we're chatting, right? You don't need the race event here to be up. You just need to do this race. So you just need to have time trial, labyrinth, lunatic, right? So if I go ahead and reset this, so we can get an actual estimate of how long it'll take you, right? If I do this, I say no thanks. Don't really care about the race. I'll just do this while I explain. So if you do those Halloween achievements, you will end up having a full set of exotic armor, right? For free, literally. So that'll be a really, really big step up, because with that first set of exotic armor, you can now do group content, right? And you can start doing fractals. So with fractals, you don't need ascended armor to start. Levels 1 to 19, there's 25 levels per tier of fractal. So the first 25 are tier 1, the next 25 are tier 2, the next tier 3, so on and so forth, right? Without any agony resistance, so without any pieces of ascended armor, you can do tier 1 from number 1 to 20, right? Number 20, you will require you to have 5 agony resistance. So you want to do fractals because you can... Well, you don't really need it. To be honest, you don't really need it for if you want legendary armor. The reason why I'm telling you to do fractals is because you then get ascended, which is the same as legendary armor, right? It's the same power. And you can then just change the stats. But you do pay a little bit of materials versus it's free, right? There we go. So it'll take you 1 minute and 32 seconds. So easily under the 2 minutes that the achievement wants you to get, right? So I'm just gonna pop this person back out. Yeah. So what you're gonna want to do is Halloween achievements. I'm typing this right now. I'll make it visible in a second. Halloween achievements to get full exotic armor. There you go. So that's what you're going to want to do. Just going to want to do the Halloween achievements to get the full exotic armor. With that exotic armor, you are then good to start doing raids. You're going to want to get exotic weapons. So, exotic weapons. This is roughly the order that you want to do this in, right? So you're going to want to make sure that if I open up my, my Guild Wars 2, I go to my equipment, right? Yeah, you can see this. So if I look at my equipment, I want to make sure that I've got, okay, but this character is a bad example because they've got this. I'll do it on this character because this character is still in full exotics, right? Yeah, you're going to want to make sure that you have at least exotic armor and exotic weapons. So this character, right, has exotic armor, right? And this is a complete damage dealing build. So they've got exotic armor. They do have legendary weapons simply because I have them as legendaries. Otherwise, they would be in Ascended, right? Or exotic if I don't have a copy on hand, right? You want to make sure that you've got your backpack, your trinkets. These can be exotic. It's not a problem at all. Your amulet and your rings, right? You want to make sure that you have a build, basically. So because you're going to be doing raids to do this, you're going to want to go on snowcrows.com. So this is going to be the next step, all right, is like, okay, very good. You've started, you've got your full exotic armor, you've got your full exotic weapons, but you haven't selected what you want, like, how to put this? You got the armor, but you haven't opened it. You got the weapons, and you want to make sure that everything is the correct stats for your build, right? So as I remember, you have a Guardian. So if we were to pull up Snowcrows right now and go to Guardian, and let me make that visible to you. Bum, bum, Chrome. Boom, boom. Okay, here's Guild Wars 2 Snowcrows. You want to go to Builds, and then you want to scroll down until you find Guardian. So we're going to click on that. You're going to see the recommended builds, so on and so forth, so on and so forth, right? If we click on Beginner, it won't show anything because I don't know why, right? We go to Effective, you can see here Power Dragon Hunter is an option. If we go here, we see Condition Firebrand. I recommend that you build a DPS class simply because less is expected of you, right? If you go in as a complete beginner to raids and you try and be a like a support, the thing is you have to do mechanics in raids, right? And if you're trying to provide all of the boons at the same time as you're trying to do mechanics, it might be a lot to learn at once. So I would recommend going in as a damage dealer, which is what I did on my alt account. Go in as a damage dealer, do your job of dealing damage, do mechanics, right? Worry about the rest later. So if we look at the builds that we could make, we have a Power Dragon Hunter build here, which is very friendly, right? By which I mean the gear is very easy to get, right? It's core game stats, so it doesn't require an expansion. Assassins and Berserkers is what it wants, right? So when you get that exotic set, you want to make sure that the helmet you take Berserkers, the shoulders you take Assassins, the chest piece you take Assassins, the gloves Assassins, so on and so forth, right? And then these Superior Runes of the Dragon Hunter, if you can, you do want to buy them off of the trading post. So if I look them up, I'm typing them in game, they are 3 gold each. So that is way too expensive. Way, way, way too expensive. Let's find some alternatives. what was it called? I know what the icon looks like. It's got like a little crow. Superior Rune of the Eagle. Right, so these ones give you ferocity and power. Superior Rune of the Eagle, I'm going to show you the game again. Boop. And let me hide paint. Superior Rune of the Eagle gives you precision and ferocity. So it doesn't give you extra damage like the ones that they want, right? But this gives you extra critical hit, which is still good. And it keeps ferocity, which is critical damage, right? So you'll still do good damage with these. Now, so if you were to buy 6 of these, it comes out to 1 gold 30, which is less than the cost of one of the runes that they recommend you get, right? So this is a much more economical option for you, right? It's way cheaper. So I'm going to unhide paint, unhide chrome. So if I was going to build a power dragon hunter, right, this is what I would do. I would follow what they say here, and I see that the weapons that it wants is they want me to have a an assassin's short bow, right? And it wants me to have an assassin's greatsword. Now it doesn't say greatsword on there. So in this case, what we would do is we would open this up. We would type in what's it called? Guild Wars 2 wiki, right? And we pull up the wiki, and we would just see, okay, Assassin Soros great bow, Soros great bow. We do a search. Did you mean Soros' great bow? Whatever. We click on it. Okay, we found what it is. It is a longbow, right? It's a longbow, and we know the recipe is here. So if we open this elsewhere, we can see we're going to need these ingredients. If we click on Show Base Ingredients, we will then be able to see every single thing that we need, and we know, okay, to make this would cost us 46 gold. So this is for the Ascended one, right? Now we want something that's Assassins, but that is, what's it called? Exotic. So if we click on Assassins, I'm going to close that recipe for Soros' great bow. If we keep scrolling down, so see here, related equipment. So we're looking for assassins. For exotic assassin weapons, see here, right? I click there, and it shows us every single possible exotic level 80 weapon, right? Doesn't show us any specific one, right? So we can pick whatever we want. Let's say we pick longbow here. We want it to be assassins, and we do a search. So we can look at the trading post price here, and we can see right away Assassin's Pearl Stinger, or even better right here, Bite of the Ebon Viper is only 30 silver. So we can get that right there, right? So for gearing, this is what you're going to want to do to make sure that you have the gear that your whatever your build wants, right? And the same, if we go with Conditioned Firebrand, this one wants Vipers, which is from Heart of Thorns, and Sinisters, right? So this will be a bit harder to get, and I don't know if the Mad King stuff that you get will let you select it. Actually, wait, I can check because I have a piece in my bank. I think I have a piece in my bank somewhere. Yeah, I have the Lunatic Noble Boots. Okay, let me hide Chrome. Let me hide Paint. All right, there you go. So if we were to look for Conditioned Firebrand, it wants us to be in full Vipers, right? So in here, so to open this up, I found the piece of armor that I got from the achievement. I do a right click, I do customize, and then here I can type in Vipers, and I see it does let me get it, right? And let's say I was going with the other build, it wanted Berserkers, I can get Berserkers, it wanted Assassins, I can get Assassins, right? So now, this will be for the armor, it doesn't include the back piece or anything. But this proves to you that with the gear that you get from that achievement, you can literally gear up your character in full exotic right away, right? So in that sense, very nice. Boom, boom. So having done this, right, having made sure that you've got the correct Vipers, right? Make sure you've got the ring, the amulet, the accessory, the back piece. You can ignore the relic. I personally don't even use relics. I shouldn't. I should use relics, right? Because I could afford to, but I don't, and no one has called me out on it, and no one really seems to care. I think it's still too new for people to really care. Over here, right, you've got your weapons. So this one uses an axe, and it uses a torch. So you pick one of these two builds, whichever one you think is going to be more fun to play, either Dragon Hunter or Firebrand, right? They're both damage dealing builds. One of them is condition dealing, one of them is power dealing. Doesn't really matter, you just pick one. Once you have a damage dealing build, you are good to, hold on, let me make sure that I have DPS build here. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. You'll go for Dragon Hunter. Okay. So you decided to go Dragon Hunter. You're going to end up, you're going to want to fully unlock Dragon Hunter, right? You're going to want the hero points for it. And if you're going for Dragon Hunter, then you need to do exactly what we just did, right? So you're going to go on Snowcrows, you're going to find the proper build, you're going to make sure that you have the correct armor pieces. So that's you geared, right? This is all these steps is just for you to be ready to start doing raids. This hasn't actually progressed you towards the achievement that will give you legendary armor, right? But it is it's end game content, dude. Like, raids are, I think, some of the hardest content in the game. It's end game level 80 content. Like, it doesn't get much better than this. It's really fun once you have the gear for it and you know what you're doing and you're like, oh yeah, let me go and do this. And it gives good gold as well. All right. And the reward of getting the armor is really, really nice. But, it's a long-term goal. This is a very, very long-term goal. So, yeah. Excuse me. Phew. So, you'll be in full exotic armor and you have exotic weapons. So now you have a DPS build and you're ready to raid, right? The next thing to do is to understand what the LFG wants. So we could honestly say just come back and see me once you've got full exotic armor, but that is the first step, is making sure that you have the gear and you have the build, right? So now if I press Y, it opens up the LFG. And if I click on looking for group, and I click on raids, and I click on raids, experience or raids training. Now there's no one here except 2 French groups, which is not ideal, right? Normally, you also need to understand when people raid, right? Raids are a weekly content, so it refreshes every week, so people raid once per week. Usually, this is Mondays or on the weekend, right? And you want to make sure that it's approximately at 5 p.m. Well, to be honest, it's more like 6, but as long as you're on at like around 5, you will probably find a group. So the next step is to understand raids themselves, right? There are 4 raids from Heart of Thorns, so I'm going to write this here. And they are the ones that are used for legendary armor, right? And then Path of Fire, I'm going to put that in orange. I'm going to put it in red. Path of Fire instead has Wing 5, 6, and 7. And these are used for a legendary ring, right? You don't need to care about the Path of Fire ones, because the legendary armor only comes from the Heart of Thorns ones, right? I myself have never done a Path of Fire raid, right? I've killed 1 raid boss from Path of Fire. In the beginning, there is no need to overload yourself with like the amount of raids. Will it go faster if you learn all of them? Yes, because each raid has 3 bosses, right? So each raid, it's like 1 wing equals 3 li. roughly. I think I've got a roughly symbol on this. Yeah, nice. More or less, 1 wing is 3 Li. Now you might say, what are Li? So Li, I'm going to go into the game and I'm going to open up my wallet. Let me hide paint. So if I open my inventory, I click on wallet and I scroll down until here, legendary insights. I have 11, right? Each piece of legendary armor will require a certain amount of Li. Your first raid set is cheaper because of the part 2 achievement, which gives you the precursor set. So this gives you 6 pieces of ascended gear, right? I've actually got some in my bank, so I can show you what they look like. Here, this is what they look like. Refined, Envoy, whatever, right? And this is one for the heavy armor set. So these are light precursor pieces that I got from doing the achievement. And this is a heavy one that I made myself, right? Each piece is 25 Li. So that represents about 1, 2, 3, 4 times 3, 12, about 2 weeks and a bit of raiding, right? So to get each piece is going to take you about 2 weeks and a bit. The good news is that this is a good thing because you will need materials to make legendary armor. So this gives you time to get legendary armor. So this is why you're gonna want your full exotic set to then start doing fractals, because that'll give you a bit more gold per day or per time that you play, and it'll eventually get you ascended gear, which will be endgame gear, which will be really good. And you're gonna want to start then raiding. When you start raiding, you are gonna need to understand what people want on the LFG, right? So if you want to take a screenshot of this, take a screenshot of it, because I'm going to create a whole new paint document in the next, I'll give you about like 20 seconds. During which I'm going to take some water. You got it? All right, great. Let me take a sip of water. All right. So when you're looking in the LFG, this is what a typical group listing is going to be. Okay, so this is what you're going to see in the LFG, right? Now let's break this down. This is a pretty straightforward breakdown, right? This one tells you which wing they're doing. FC stands for full clear. It tells you that they are planning on killing every single boss, right? Sometimes you might see, for example, bosses named individually, right? So you might see the exact same listing, but it might say Deimos, 30 KP, need DPS, right? This is the exact same thing. This simply means that it's the final boss, right? That is called Deimos. And this is for Wing 4, not Wing 1. But this gets the idea across, right? The easiest 2 wings that I would recommend you start with are Wing 1 and Wing 4. And this is universally acknowledged to be the easiest wings. Wing 4 you can do up until the very final boss, right? So, 1 and 4. Yep, that's correct. Wing 1 and Wing 4. If you want a guide on the wings, there's a guy called Mukluk, right? I've mentioned his channel before, I think, but his channel is really, really good. To the point that I thought about doing guides, but his guides are like far and beyond the best. I think he's got like 1 minute raid guides, I think. Yeah, here we go. Let me link you, if I can, the whole playlist. So this, okay, I can't do that, but let me put in the chat his series. Da, da, da. Here you go. That's the name of his series. It's a playlist, right? Get to the point raid guides. It is a gold mine, right? These guides are most of them are under 3 minutes. Only some of them are under 5, right? Not a single one is above 4 minutes and a half, right? And they cover every single boss in raids, and they will tell you what the mechanic is, how to do the mechanic, what to watch out for, right? And what people who are raiding with you are going to be looking out for, right? Now, because in raids, when you fail a mechanic, you will wipe the group, it's very important to know the mechanics, right? So, because these videos are so short, if you need a refresher, pull it up on your phone while you're playing Guild Wars 2, just have it playing right next to you while you're raiding, right? That's what I do. I literally have my phone. When I was learning raids, now I don't need it because I have them memorized because I've done them for so long, right? But when I was learning raids, that's what I did. I literally pulled up his get to the point video on whatever boss I was about to do, and I would have it open before we fought the boss, even while we were fighting the boss, to be honest. Because he goes through every single mechanic and he tells you, okay, this is how you avoid it, here's what to do, so on and so forth. So watch them and you will understand what is going on in raids. You'll also understand where you need to be, right? And that's incredibly valuable. So the other thing you need to understand about raids is that you will die, right? This is a very common command used in raids. When you type this in, when you're in raids and you type this into your chat, it'll automatically kill you, right? It's designed that way. It's because if everyone is dead, you can then respawn, right? And everyone can then respawn once everyone is out of combat, and it resets the encounter, it resets the boss. So if, for example, the boss is at 50% health and there's only 2 people out of 10 left alive, then you know that there's no point in keeping on trying. You're wasting time. You should just type in /GG and restart. If the commander says one raid boss gives 3, a full clear gives 3, right? Each raid boss only gives 1. So this is what you need to do, right? This is the first part of the little LFG listing. Wing 1 full clear or Deimos, whatever. Either they're calling the boss by name or they're saying which wing it is that they're doing, right? They might not put the FC, they could just put wing 1. Now, when you're on the LFG, if I do this, is it? No, I have to properly do things. Shame. Okay, I'm gonna hide paint, and I'm gonna show you in fractals because I think that there should be groups. Yeah, this will work. Let's say that this was the raids section. If I go here and I type W1, right, or if I type in 1, it'll show me every single group that has a 1 in their little listing, right? So if, for example, in fractals I only wanted to do recs, I type in rec and it only shows me ones that are rec. So if you see the raid LFG is full, right? Like let's say, for example, it looks a little something like this, right? You can type in here W1 and it'll sort it for you, right? Or you can just type in 1 and it'll sort it so only the ones that have 1 in there will show up, right? So that is one way to make sense of the LFG. Now, that tells you what wing you're doing. This part is important, the 10 KP. KP stands for kill proof, right? And what it basically is the final boss of each wing will drop, I'll show you because it's easier to explain that way. It isn't the final boss of every wing. See these, right? These decorations. When you get these from killing the boss, you don't want to use them. You want to hold on to them. If you can, put them in your bank, right? There's a whole like rating website which will keep track of it, so you can just refresh it so that it keeps track of it and then delete it, which is called kp.me, right? But I don't really think you need to worry about it because I've never had to prove. I've always joined groups that don't require kill proof, simply because I can't be bothered, even though I have an account set up, right? so that it tracks how much of it I have on my account, so on and so forth. So that is something you might want to do. But basically, this one is from the first boss of Wing 1. This one's from the second boss of Wing 1. This one is from the third boss of Wing 1. So when you look at this, this tells you I've killed the boss enough times to have at least 40 kill proof, right? This means that I'm pretty reliable when it comes to this boss, right? I've killed it a good amount of times, so I'm pretty much good, right? Kill proof is a system that Guild Wars 2 players use to basically make sure that the people in the group know the mechanics, right? Because when you fail mechanics in raids, you kill everyone. So you want to make sure that everyone in the groups knows the mechanics so you can have the highest chance of clearing the content. Because raids take time, right? To clear one wing, my first time, I think I did it with a training group, and it took me I think it took us 2 hours to clear 2 wings, which is pretty standard time, right? In a good group, it takes under an hour. It's a very big difference. When everyone knows the mechanics versus when people don't know the mechanics, you can tell, right? You will feel it. If you want to join a raid training group, here's what I did, right? There's another streamer called Loranity. You may have seen her streams. Now, she has a Discord, right? Called, I believe it's called La La. Now, that Discord runs not quite weekly, but they run guild trainings, right? So if you get access to the Discord, which she literally lets anyone join the Discord, right? You join the Discord, and then you are able to sign up to weekly raid trainings. So I'm gonna open the Discord on my phone. I'm not going to show it to you because I have no way of hiding personal information on Discord, but I can tell you how it works, right? So on the I think, is it? Yeah, to give you an idea, they're literally doing raid training for Wing 6 on EU the 22nd. So this Sunday, they're doing a raid training, right? They did one Sunday 15th as well for Wing 5. And so every week they do, and the week before that they did Wing 4. So every single week they will run a raid training for one wing, and then the next week they'll run the raid training for the next one. And so you want to join the Discord, and then you don't have to talk in the Discord, but the commander will explain how the raids work, right? So not only do you want to watch the videos, but you want to join them and have them explain it, right? So this is weekly training runs, and you have to sign up for them, right? So you won't be forced to do it, right? But if you do sign up, you are expected to show up, right? Because you know, the commander is there to teach you, and they're taking time out of their time. They're taking time out of their day, right? They're not getting paid for it or anything, right? And they could be playing the game, but they're literally taking the time to teach people how to do raids. Because it is a lot to teach, right? So, and not everyone likes to teach it. This is how you can go about getting your first kills, getting used to the mechanics, because they don't expect to clear many raids in one day, right? Literally for us, the first ever time we did it, we cleared, I think, the first 2 bosses of Wing 1, and it had been 3 hours, and he was like, okay, we're going to cut it there, but we did pretty good, and I'll see you guys next week, right? And that was it. And next week we did Wing 4, right? Because you don't start with Wing 2. You do Wing 1, Wing 4, and then you start looking at the other wings once you have a good handle on those, right? So this is what the LFG means. Wing 1, full clear, 10 KP means that they want 10 proofs that you killed the boss, right? Each time you kill the boss, you get a minimum of 1, right? I think it's based off of how long you're alive in the fight, because sometimes I've killed the final boss and I only got 1, and sometimes I killed the boss and I got like 5. So I'm not sure how it calculates it, but you don't get the same amount every time. If you see a group that requires KP, just don't join it in the beginning, right? Because you won't have the KP, and if you join, they will probably kick you from the group and say, oh, but you didn't have the KP, right? And there's no like arguing with it because I'll just kick you. So you want to find groups in the LFG that don't require KP. They do exist, right? It can sometimes feel like you're not seeing any, but they do exist. And if you do the raid trainings, right, that'll get you at least, if you keep on, you can do your entire legendary armor through the raid trainings, right? It's absolutely possible. Will you get bored? Probably. Because at some point you will feel like you understand how to do the raids and you kind of want to do it with a group that does them at full speed, right? And going, like, trying to kill the boss, as quickly as possible. So this is how I would do it, right? Now, this is not how I did it on my alt account, because on my alt account I already knew the raids, so I immediately jumped into doing the LFG and doing groups that didn't require KP, right? But this is how I did it the first time. This is how I would recommend doing it. Loranity is a really big streamer, so she has a lot of people in her Discord. The groups are always full, right? I cannot remember a single time that the Discord run guild training did not actually run, right? Like they pretty much always happen every single week. So that's what the 10 KP means. I'm going to put a little green line under that, just for the sake of making sure that we've talked about it. So now this is the next part, right? And I put this in blue. Need quick heal Alack. This is where you need to understand the kind of builds that are used in raids, right? In raids, you do one of 4 things, right? You either deal damage, you provide quickness, you heal, or you provide alacrity. Sometimes you do multiple things. Because you play a Guardian, and you said you're going Dragon Hunter, you will be a DPS, right? You can bring 10 players into raids, right? So I'm just going to draw a really, really bad box to show the point. Bam, bam. That's 4. And then if I do this, that's 8. And we're going to want one more. So little something like this. Now this is going to seem like it's a lot of information because it is, right? I'm basically giving you all the information at once. So you can only bring 5 players, right? Of those 5 players, you need to make sure that the way Guild Wars 2 works is when you put people into what's called subgroups, so either the first row or the second row, they only give boons to people in their subgroup. So if I put a healer here, right, and I put like a damage dealer here, the healer will not be able to heal this guy. All of their healing will first go to these players up here, and then if they're all full, it'll trickle down to the next subgroup. So because of that, you want to make sure that you have a healer in each group. You want to make sure that you have alacrity, right, in each group to reduce cooldowns for the healers and for everyone else. You want to make sure that you have quickness in both groups, because that way you are certain that they are able to do the actions quickly. So if the healer presses the button, it heals faster than normally, right? And then is when you start to have DPS. So this is the typical group composition for raids, right? This is what I run when I command raids. When I don't see a group on the LFG, I make my own group, right? This is what I do. This is what it'll typically look like. So you fit into one of these or multiple, because there are classes that are a heal Alack, right? Like Mechanist, like that's the engineer from End of Dragons. When it comes to Guardian, you can either be a DPS, or you can be a quick DPS, or you can be a heal quick, right, with Heal Firebrand. So Guardian is very, very good because you can do so much, right? But the easiest one to start with is DPS by far, right? So doing DPS will get you a place like this, right? Eventually, you'll want to make sure you have characters geared for different things. Because if, for example, I look in the LFG and a group says that they're looking for quick heal, right? And they've only got 2 more spots left. There are 8 out of 10 players. And I can only do DPS. Well, I can't join that group because I'm going to join. They're going to say, okay, which one are you? Heal or quick? I'm going to go, oh, I'm DPS, and they're going to kick me, right? Because that's not what they're looking for. So eventually, and I'm lucky enough that this is the case on my main account, or my current account, right? I can play everything. This is the end goal when it comes to raiding, is to be able to play everything, because then you can join any group and it doesn't matter what, you can play everything, right? But at the beginning, damage. You're looking to deal damage so you can do the damage, learn the mechanics, do the mechanics, not have to worry about boon uptime, not have to worry about anything except dealing good damage, right? So this is the 3 parts that is in a little raid thing, right? In the raid LFG. Sometimes you might see this, need calm, right? Now, need calm means that they don't have a commander in there. This is one of the parts of Guild Wars 2 that is stupid, right? But when you make a group in Guild Wars 2, if I were to look in here and if I were to do advertise my group, right? Whatever, I'll call it LMAO. I made a party, right? And you see here, when I mouse over it, 1 out of 5. There are only 5 players in here, right? I need to make a 10-player group. So if I were to go in the raid LFG and I do advertise, I do test, it automatically creates a squad, right? But you see here, because that's how raids work, they work with squads of 10 players. So you see I'm at 1 out of 10. However, when you mouse over, you see no squad leader. What the squad leader can do, now I'm able to do this because I'm moving only myself. But the squad leader can move other players, so they can organize the squad, right? It costs 300 gold. It's super expensive. I have it on my main account. I don't have it on my alt account. You don't need it when you're first starting out. Don't worry about it. All you need to make sure is that there is at least a commander in the squad. Because, and you can tell, because if you look here, I'm going to go ahead and command squad. You'll see here the little tick mark here, right? This means that I'm the commander. And you see here, I've got this little icon here, and I've got a little icon above my head, right? This means that I'm the commander, and I can move anyone around into any subgroup I want, right? So if someone joins and they say, oh, I'm a DPS, I can go, okay, if I pull this back up, I'm like, okay, we need a DPS in subgroup 2. Let me move you to subgroup 2. Boom, right? It's much harder to organize when it comes to, what are they called? Non-commander squads, right? It's downright impossible. I've tried. It is a pain. Don't do it. Don't repeat my mistake. It's much easier to just join a group that has a commander. Does that all make sense so far? It does. Great. So to recap, your steps are going to be pretty straightforward. You're going to want to do the Halloween achievements to get a full exotic armor set. Before you select what pieces you want, you're going to want to look up your build. So going on Snowcrows, and you said Dragon Hunter, so you're going to find the Power Dragon Hunter. You're going to make sure that you understand which pieces need to be what stats. So for example, I believe it was the helmet was Berserkers, but the shoulders were Assassins, whatever. You pull it up side by side, or you write down on a piece of paper and then you launch Guild Wars 2 if your computer can't run both at once. That could be the case. Write it down somewhere, so when you select the pieces of armor, you pick the right ones. You make sure that so once you selected your exotic armor, you then have to worry about getting your weapons. So you do what we did before. You go to the Guild Wars 2 wiki, you type in the preset, you scroll down till you see for a full list of exotic weapons with assassin stats. Click here, you click there, and then you make sure you select the correct weapon type. So I think it was longbow, greatsword. You find the cheapest one, you type that into the the trading post, you buy that, and then you go ahead and you make sure you have your rings, you have your amulet, you have your trinkets. They need to be at least exotic. If you've got better, right? But we'll see. And if you have questions at any point, shoot me a message in the stream, right? So at that point, you're fully geared. You're ready to start doing raids. That's when you join the Loranity Discord. So you go into her stream, you ask for the Discord link. I don't remember how it works. I'm pretty sure that's what I did. And once you're added to the Discord, you look at the raid sort of sign up thing, right? You try and understand how it works, and you sign up for your first raid training. They will take you into the raids. You will recommend starting with Wing 1 and Wing 4 if you can. They will start you raiding. You look at the guides by Mukluk to understand how it works. And then during the raid, they'll explain it again. So don't worry, you'll have plenty of explanation, plenty of guidance. You try your best, right? When you die, which will happen, there are always wipes. Don't worry, it's normal, right? In fact, it's more abnormal for groups to clear on the first try, especially LFG groups, because normally LFG groups are pugs, right? Which means player unknown groups, because no one knows each other. It's literally a group of random people who all know how to do the raid, but don't know each other, so don't have voice chat, so on and so forth, just playing together, right? So don't worry about it. It happens. Everyone dies in raids. It's hard content, right? It's endgame content. No sweat. It'll happen. Don't worry about it. So you do that. You do your raids. Once you get the mechanics and you think that you're good, you keep doing the trainings to make sure you understand each one. You only need to know wings 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? So there's no point. You can do them. Like, it's absolutely a-okay. You can do them, but it won't give you progression towards the achievements, right? Once you understand how the raids work and you understand the mechanics and you feel somewhat confident, that's when you can start looking at the achievement for Envoy Armor Part 1. I think it's called. If I go here. Oh. Yeah, Envoy Armor 1 Experimental Armor. That's when you can start to look at, okay, like, what do I need to actually do, right? And when it comes to that, you can look up the wiki, because the wiki has a really good guide. Now, Mukluk also has a guide on legendary armor from raids, right? So if you're ever in doubt, there are guides out there. And if you forget what they are, hop in, tell me, I'll tell you, right? So that's that. And at that point, you are pretty much good to start working your way towards the Envoy Armor 1 achievement, which, when you finish it, will give you a full set of legendary armor. Sorry, not legendary armor. A full set of ascended armor of your choice. So you can choose, you can do your raids entirely on your Guardian, but let's say in the meantime you get like another class to level 80, right? Let's say, I don't know, you get a Necromancer to level 80, right? Which is a completely different weight class. It's a light armor class, whereas Guardian is a heavy armor class. Well, then what you can do is you can pick to get the Envoy Armor 1 armor set as a light armor class if you want to. And then you have a full ascended set ready to go, right? That's what I did on my alt account. I just picked, that's how I got my full ascended armor for my my character on my alt account, is I literally bought full exotics, right? And then I went ahead and I just did the first achievement, and it got me my full ascended set, and then I started doing fractals with that. And it didn't take super long because I was very chill, and obviously it was my alt account, so I wasn't spending as much time on it, right? But it's a long-term goal. And at that point, you're doing your raids, so you're going to be making a bit of money from doing the raids, right? You want to make sure that you have the KP set aside somewhere. So if someone asks you, can you ping KP? You can press shift and click on something to put it in the chat and make sure that they know that you have the kill proof for it. And you know what? At some point, you can come back in the stream and ask me about setting up a kp.me account, so you can then stick your KP into the bank or on a character, which is what I've done on my alt account, and just forget about it, right? Because it's a pain to have to keep it on you. It takes up space, and there's no point. Just put it on a character, set up the kp.me account. Don't worry about it anymore. Done. But that'll be that. And then at that point, you're already well on your way towards getting the legendary armor, because then you start to worry about Envoy Armor 2, which is the achievement that gives you the precursor armor. Okay, that was a lot, but that'll basically get you going, right? That's how I would go about getting legendary armor now. Even though that's not what I did on my alt, because on my alt, I already knew. I skipped a little bit of steps, and I skipped a lot of time because I already knew the mechanics of the raids, so I was able to do them, right? So that's that. But it's literally what I did on my alt account. Get stat selectable exotic armor, do that. Excuse me. Start raiding. Get the full ascended set from the achievement. Start doing fractals to get money. Done, right? It is very doable. Nice. That was a lot of talking. But I think I got all the information across. And if you don't feel like that was too much info, then good. It means that it wasn't too much info. Bum, 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 bum. Man, what am I gonna do with all of these? Huh? Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Let me think. Do I want to do my fractals? How much time is left before reset? I think reset is at midnight, so I think I've got 15 minutes, which is nowhere near long enough. Oh no, I have an hour and a bit. Wait, do I? Yeah, I have an hour and a bit. Okay, so I could do fractals. Is there anyone doing fractals? Yes, tier 4 plus rec. Okay, I don't want to do Rex, I just want to do tier 4. Wait, what are today's fractals? I don't like them. I'm not going to do them. 5 hours. Oh, Jesus. That is a lot. Okay, we'll get that done tomorrow. Because tomorrow we're going to be doing Mabon's Fate. So we'll get that done. We'll get that relic, and we'll get that mastery point. That'll be some good achievement points as well. Happy with that. Almost at 18.5k. And then we can start doing Act 3 in a little bit. Which would be great. And I'm happy we got some Halloween achievements done as well. Pretty good session. Pretty good session. Alright, game's gonna restart in 40 minutes. Okay. In the next 40 minutes, is there anything that I want to do? I want to clear my inventory on this character, and then I think I will hop back to my Secrets of the Obscure character and take a look. What's up with this guy? I will take one of these, actually, just to make space in my inventory. There we go. And I don't have 1,000 of these, which is a real pain. But, alright. I'll just live with it, I guess. Okay. That's not bad. Yeah, I've already got this. Uh-huh. Okay. I am not farming all that much. That's funny though. Okay, good enough. If I head over to here, those are terrible. Getting 5 ecto for that much. Yeah, really, really bad. Okay, I'm not gonna do any of that. I think that's this character pretty much done. Right, one more of those will get me to 7 out of 9, and then I need 2 more. So I'll do this one, and probably this one, I don't know. We'll see. Actually, I will be that one. Okay, so that's this character pretty much done. This character doesn't have anything on her. This character, I think, might have something on her, I'm not sure. I'm pretty happy that I worked my way through the story, though, because I've been meaning to do that for a while. I've just not had the motivation, so sitting down and going, you know what, no fractals today, but we will do story. I'm happy that that worked. Cool, and that lets me get the candy cane out of her inventory as well. I didn't know she had an extra one. That is interesting. Right, she's got that, of course. Let's think. Okay, well, she's clear and she's in position to do the next step. This character doesn't have anything in their inventory. This character's not logged into her or her at all. But also, I don't really need to do raids. I think I'm good to leave it here. I think I've done all I wanted to today. Alright, cool. I am gonna leave that there then. Thanks for watching, Level Death, and thanks for the questions, man. Because it's interesting. It's interesting to get these topics I don't really think about, and to talk about Guild Wars 2. To be honest, I really enjoy it, and I get a lot of satisfaction out of it. I'm not gonna lie. All right. Yep. Cool. I'm not gonna be streaming Guild Wars 2 tomorrow. I will be streaming Civilization 5 with 2 of my friends. We're gonna be doing some multiplayer games, and I think that's it. I'm not gonna be streaming over the weekend. I will probably be streaming Monday, I think. Yeah, dude, no worries. I enjoy giving advice. Yeah, Monday I probably will stream all the way through to Friday, where I probably won't stream next Friday. Just because I'm busy, and then I won't be streaming at all in November. Or I don't expect to stream. If I do stream, very good, but I don't expect to be streaming. So yeah, so you probably won't see me at all over November, and then maybe for a tiny bit in December you'll see me. Might not. You won't see me during January either because I'm busy then. And so if I pop back up, it'll be either in. Well, it'll be next week, and then December for a tiny bit, and then February straight up. Pooh. So in a while. My goodness. But yeah, that's that. Alright, I'm gonna stop the stream now. See ya. See you tomorrow, I guess. If you stay around. See ya, man. Take care. Night night.